And I want to say that we are gathered here not for any other reason, but for the advancement of knowledge. And towards the advancement of knowledge, we have come here to sharpen our research skills with a need to improve on ourselves and indeed humanity. So on behalf of host institution precisely, the chief host of this particular event, the Vice Chancellor of this university, I welcome you all. It's a bright, a little sunny day in the city, and it promises to be quite interesting. For those of us coming from outside here, rest assured that you are in a very peaceful environment, a dynamic and fast-growing university. And I can assure you that our campus is very compact, though quite serene for administration and dispensation of knowledge. I want to apologize on behalf of the local organizing committee for starting this program a little behind schedule. We were meant to commence our registration from 9, and by 10 o'clock, we are supposed to commence the opening session. The opening session will commence in earnest. The opening session will commence in earnest. But before that, let us give honor to those it is due. We are all men of honor. We are all men of integrity. But then let us allow a few cream la cream among us to pilot the affairs of this occasion. I have a singular honor to introduce to you an amiable personality, an administrator par excellence, an academic with a tint of excellence as well. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about a professor of agriculture, somebody who has distinguished himself in the services of this university and indeed in the knowledge community. We have in our presence members of the management team led by the Vice Chancellor of this university, in person of Professor Oluwole Banjo. You are welcome, sir. Seated next to him is the chief scribe of this institution. He himself a fellow of the Nigerian Association of Nigerian University Professional Administrators. Permit me to introduce to you the registrar, Mr. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Let me have join them the following very special personalities. It is my joy to bring to this side of the auditorium Professor Evans. We have heard quite a lot about you. Maybe you don't know in this university community, and the little we have heard about you has watered our appetite, as well as made us long to meet you, Prof. So join me to especially welcome one of the very special brains behind this event, Professor Evan Osaboye. If I pronounce that correctly, please let me know. Osaboye, you are welcome, sir. Please join the Vice Chancellor and the management team. Please appreciate this man. I've learned a little about him. But what I've learned about him is that he's so loaded, and we are about to gain from his wealth of experience. Let me also introduce to you Dr. Judith Ani. Dr. Judith Ani, if you are here, please join the other side of the podium to add color to it. Then we would also have Ms. Olashubumi Obadeyi. All right, thank you very much. Please appreciate her. Let's know you, Ms. Olashubumi Obadeyi. You are welcome. Now, the program will start with the anthems. We'll start with the national anthem, followed by the state anthem and Taswed anthem. rise for the national anthem. Please, if you can repeat that, can we take the second stanza as programmed by the. If this just the instrumental, just go back. That's what I'm You may be seated. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants. Yes. Please, participants, kindly fill the seats in the front part of the auditorium. We are all very important. Let us go forward so that we can have a video-friendly event. so that we can have a video-friendly event. Occupy the seats towards the front. There is no researcher of mean stature here. We are all important, and the seats are all for us. Thank you very much. With the permission of the chief host of this event, the vice chancellor of this university, and the entire management team, as well as the local organizing committee, we want to kickstart the administration of this very special workshop, titled Grant Writing Winning and Renewable Scholarly Career in Africa. Why are we here? We are here because of the quest for knowledge. And as we all know, knowledge is power, information is liberating. That's quoted from the words of Kofi Annan. So we are here because we realize that without knowledge, action is useless, and knowledge without action is futile. So in our day-to-day research activities, we want to build our knowledge, we want to sharpen our skills, all in a bit of improving on ourselves and indeed improving on the academic community. Now, this workshop is very special because it is not a workshop just the teaching staff, so to say. We have here a number of our colleagues who are in the administrative sector, who are in the IT sector, who are in the accounting sector, because all of us need the knowledge of research. So I want to very specially thank the Vice Chancellor for his magnanimity to have encouraged us. When I say us now, those of us in both the academic and non-teaching divide, to be participating in it. I should appreciate the fact that the university, under the magnanimity of the Vice Chancellor, has sponsored a substantial part of our bill for participating in this workshop. Please, a round of applause to the management. So, about research, we know that inspiration, dedication, curiosity, and hard work, they are the driving forces of research. And here we are to gain more knowledge on how we can engage in research activities, grant writing, scholarly activities, and this very special institution, DIADERC, has thought it fit to come to our university to organize this. I've introduced the dignitaries, and I want to once again, on behalf of the management, welcome all of us to this gathering. Participants, this gathering promises to be very inspiring, and in no time, we'll start unleashing the content reserved and preserved for this gathering. May I humbly invite Dr. M. Stanislaw to also join please stand up for recognition wherever you are. Dr. M. Stanislaw, our guy, you are welcome, sir. We are happy to have you around, sir. God bless you, sir. So now to deliver the welcome remark. We have one of us in this university. In fact, somebody who, when I see research. When I see inspiration. Somebody who has propelled us to think about the impossible. Somebody who continues to encourage us, to inspire us in our research and scholarly activities. Permit me to welcome the director of the Directorate of Research and External Relations of this university, Professor Samuel Ekundayo Oladipo. Welcome.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, sir, the registrar, guests seated, and our participants, Baba Service, you are recognized, gentlemen of the press, you are welcome. Students, I really don't want to waste time anymore. I welcome you all to this very wonderful event. Wonderful because, not because we have planned it well, no, but because it is coming at a nick of time. Research, not just research, writing award-winning proposal. How do we go about it? How do we network? How do we do meaningful research? How do I say I'm in the academia for so long a time and I'm not afraid of the time? These are issues that have caused so much happen for people, and we felt that this time and age, we shouldn't wait until it comes. And so I can assure you that this is an event that you will never regret attending. I am sure you will live to remember this workshop for life. So I want to welcome you especially to this event, and I want to wish that you will pay full attention and make the best of this opportunity. Thank you so much. Welcome, and God bless you.
Give it to me, give it to him, please. Give it to him. More so that he has saved quite a lot of our time. So, about research, of course, real knowledge is to know the extent to which, the extent of one's ignorance. If you know too much, that is the extent of your ignorance. So, we are here to bridge the gap between knowledge and ignorance. Now, it's my pleasure to invite the chair of the DIADERC Institute, DIADERC, that's DEPECOS Institutions and Development Research Center. Join me to welcome Professor Evans Osaboriye. Please appreciate him. He will be making his opening remarks on this workshop.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the business, please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. Yeah, I'm Evans Osaboriye here, the privileged chair of DIADERC. I want to start by appreciating my big sister, Dr. Adebuke Ekinene. Let me appreciate her. I'll tell you why, because we are in a program like this just March last year in Ghana. So the first time we met, and that was the month that DIADERC was registered as a think tank, as DEPECOS Institutions for Development Research Center in Nigeria. And it was just registered that month. We met and was there talking. And after the workshop, so let's do something together. And to discover the director of research. Thanks so much, sir, for allowing us to work with you. I started working. So this program, I think that it just between March last year was conceived. Now here are we as reality. I want to say thanks so much for allowing us to be part of this university. Thanks so much for allowing us to be here. Thanks so much, and God bless you. Yeah, I don't want to take our time. Basically, I will just want to brief recap of what we do at DIADERC. The main thing is to ensure that we do research that's independent, transparent, and reliable. So because of that, we will let us to establish a center that can have independent without much control. And we did that last year to establish as a think tank by the Nigerian government in March last year. And we kicked off our operation in May with our what we call the African Scholars Mentorship Network. And the very one we did was Series 1.0 that we had between May and July. And in that session, we trained over 215 participants across different African countries, from Ghana, from Mozambique, from South Africa, all across, even from those in diaspora in US, in Italy, joining us in that event. And then we did a 2.0 that ran between September and November, and we had over 380 members all across about 20 countries in Africa and also in diaspora. And as I can say, as of today, we have over 600 members of our network who collaborate within our 7 thematic areas. So that was what we did. And for this event is to take it forward. This is the very first one that happened as physical event. The previous ones were online, but this one we are here live, so we can collaborate a lot. I want to encourage our participants to take full advantage. I say in my place, you don't see test camp always. So every time you see, you look at it very well, so you know the color and the trend. So, and I also want to announce that at this event today, we will also launch our next program called HR at DIADERC. Why? Because every now and then we get requests from persons asking for a job or from employers asking to recommend. So we want the DPP to have a platform that we can be a stopgap whereby employees can register their interest for their job, and employers can also seek employees, and then in that platform they can schedule meeting and then have it there. So that HR solution will be launched today to God's glory, also to ensure that we live to our goal of using knowledge to transform lives. So as the solution as well is that we did a similar program like this in my university in 2021, funded by Alexander Humboldt Foundation in Germany. And I'm pleased to announce that till now, those who we train are still collaborating and they're still partnering together. So I want to encourage our participants to take it. It's not just hit and run event, it's hit and stick. We already put it in a group, and today we have 5 groups to collaborate, and we'll be a follow-up. Each group have a mentor from our team and our collaborators team to ensure that your concept notes is being developed into grant proposal and as well as the publishing article that in the near future we can refer to it. So once again, I want to appreciate you for being on this impact-making event, and thanks to Dashwood for being on this platform as we contribute to our society. As I end this welcome notes, I was somewhere in one of the G7 countries. Somebody was giving a talk, and he made a statement that touched me to the bone. He said Africa is known for a kind of a download country. That what we do more in Africa is to download, that we don't upload. So I came back from that conference somewhere around the country, in G7 country, and I told myself I want to be part of those that can do upload Africa. So I want to do so. You publish, you upload, and as at that time, we have now about over 5 websites that I manage. 2 for my university, my personal website, and for that, we are launching the 51 DIADERC transmission that we can be to upload knowledge. There are a lot of knowledge in Africa, but most of we don't document it. That's why somebody may come from another country and tell us the sort of the Niger, not that people living on the Shah, Asapa. But we don't document it. So we want to be part of those that can document and upload content from Africa that the world will know us not as download country, but as upload country. Once again, thanks so much for coming. God bless you.
So changing from download environment to upload environment, that's the reason we are here. And going forward, having been organized into research groups, our grant writing activities as well as other scholarly activities will be improved. So now it's time for us to listen to the team host of this event. Join me with a rousing welcome as the Vice Chancellor of TASWED, the first in Nigeria, the second in Africa, and the 8th in the entire world. The premier and preferred university of the 21st century. Please join me to welcome Professor Oluwole Banjo, our amiable, ebullient, very jocular Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The University Registrar, distinguished invited guests, distinguished workshop facilitators, workshop participants, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to say that I'm very happy to be here this morning because I'm thinking about 9 p.m. yesterday. I wasn't sure maybe I'll be here. There was a conference that I had to attend in Kenya, and the thing was shifted. So they have to call me that I have to be in Kenya today. So I was just thinking, how will I make this workshop? Because I want to be part of this. We have been longing for this kind of workshop in this university for quite some time. So I was skeptical, maybe I will not be able to attend. But what? I just tried to reschedule the flights, and I told them that I will join them later. So I'm very happy to be part of this week. I'm very happy to be here this morning. I want to thank the organizers of this event, especially the Director of Research. I want to commend your effort, and I want to pray that God will be with you. Thank you very much. I wish to welcome you sincerely to this all-important workshop on grant writing, winning and rewardable scholarly career in Africa. This is of great importance because of the importance of research in national development. All over the world, there appears to be a consensus on the major duties of academics, that is, teaching, research, and community service. All academics are expected to start their duties in teaching their courses, engage in meaningful research, meaningful result-oriented research, and engage in community service, thereby fostering town-down relationships. Despite this expectation from academics, expressed over the years, attest to the fact that much attention needs to be focused on research. It seems many academics pay more attention to teaching and community service, whereas most is yet to be done in terms of cutting-edge research. This is not to say that efforts are not being made towards the advancement of result-oriented research. But there seems to be a number of limitations, prominent among which is finance. And I believe this is the essence of organizing this kind of workshop. There's no mistake in the fact that conducting a meaningful and cutting-edge research requires good amount of funding, which in most cases, researchers as well as the institution they belong may not be able to provide such. In the bid to reduce the financial burden and remove the hurdle of paucity of funds for research, several donor agencies, both locally, e.g. Fund in Nigeria, and internationally, for example, USAID and UNICEF, usually call for research proposal in order to fund impactful projects. But unfortunately, not many academics are able to win this grant, basically because their proposals are not good enough to meet the requirements of the donor agencies. More often than not, the research ideas related to such proposals are not bad in themselves, but sometimes the presentation, arrangement, language structure, etc., also to make proposals not acceptable. Therefore, it is expedient to pay attention to how we write grant-winning research proposals and work towards a rewarding academic journey as it were. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I essentially announce to you that as a premier and preferred university of education, and like the trailblazer that we have, the workshop that is coming today is geared towards equipping participants with the nuggets of how to write grant-winning proposals, as well as how to have a rewardable career as academics within and outside Africa. Many times, academics are looked upon as frustrated and wretched professionals, but I can say categorically that the narrative is changing, and significantly too. To further accelerate the change, the narrative is one of the major objectives of this workshop. I have no doubt that this workshop promises to have a transformative event for scholars and researchers in academia, private and public sectors, and it will give the desired results for all. The facilitators will be making presentations that are seasoned. They are also experienced and well exposed. They have practical experiences of what they will be dishing out to us today. Therefore, I wish to implore all participants to pay rapt attention and make the best of this rare opportunity. On this note, I want to welcome you once again And I wish you all happy and memorable experience at this workshop. And it is my pleasure to declare this important workshop open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please give my Vice Chancellor another round of applause. Not just for hosting us for this event, but also encouraging a number of us to join in and participate in this very special workshop. And as well, furthering the university's staff development drive. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Now we shall listen to some words of encouragement, good messages from the following people. Let me call first on Dr. Tiem. The Honorable Commissioner for Education and Science and Technology of Ogun State is here with us, not in person, joined this event virtually, and he has been following up. So in a short moment, we will listen to him. We'll listen to
yes,
him.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
By extension, the state government. Yeah. After which Dr. Tim has to come to speak to us. Please pay attention.
Just hold on. So, should I go ahead? Should I go ahead? Hello? 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 Hello?
Participants are with you now. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the Vice Chancellor, thank you very much. So, the Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure for me to join you this morning at this very, very important workshop. I want to use this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to each and every one of you. This very exceptional event. For me, I see that today marks the commencement of a workshop organized by TASUD, Solarin University of Education, in collaboration with the DEPECOS Institutions and Development Research Center, DIADERC, centered around the theme Enhancing Scholarly Careers in Africa, Grant Writing, Acquisition, and Recognition. This gathering is not only significant, but also very, very timely. There couldn't be a more opportune moment to delve into the realm of grant writing and academic networking in our current landscape, where cutting-edge research stand as the cornerstone of national advancement, collaboration among scholars, both locally and globally, and this is very, 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 very imperative. Throughout this workshop, participants will have opportunity to actually participate, in this effort at sharpening the research. Let me say the research knife of our researchers. It's a great opportunity for networking among scholars, for collaboration, and I'm very confident that this event holds the potential to be a catalyst for transformative change within the academia, as well as across private and public sectors. For me, I want to appreciate the co-organizers, TASUD and the DEPECOS institutions, for giving opportunities to scholars to participate in this workshop. And it is my sincere hope that it will be a very great opportunity that will further engender research skills of our scholars. May this workshop serve as a fruitful endeavor for all those that are involved in it, leading to fruitful outcomes and memorable experiences for all of us. Thank you very much.
That was Professor Abayomi Aribabu, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State. Incidentally, he is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of this university. Please appreciate him. In the midst of the tight schedule of his official duties, he has found time to be with us virtually. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Extend our greetings to the governor and the rest of the members of the Executive Council of the state. God bless you, sir. So we will listen to words from elders, because words from elders are motivating, they are inspiring. Permit me to invite Dr. T.M. Salisu to come and give us a word of inspiration.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the registrar, the team from the memo led by Solarin was already, the head of the internal collaborator, Professor Yakunda Oladipo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I was invited as a special guest, and you know what that means, which means I'm special. On a very important issue to the academic, teaching, and research. This is a workshop on grant writing, winning and rewardable scholarly career in the continent. Of course, I have delighted to be here at this workshop that is designed to provide guidance, including hands-on experiences from the program in grants writing. Grant proposals for upcoming scholars in the continent. This workshop is highly commendable, for which I give kudos to the collaborative partners of TASROT and the DEPECOS institutions and development research center. It is my hope that this workshop will be sustained on a regular basis. And of course, there is no institution that can have enough fund to execute its programs, particularly research. Therefore, the need for grants. And of course, as a simple meaning of grants implies, they are not loans. Grants are not loans. It's not that you give it the loan, you pay back. It's a free donation. Because donation is usually given for specific purposes, to answer specific questions, solve identify specific problems, and achieve a design definite goals. And of course, grants are given by both government and non-government agencies. But we know that more than 80% of grants are given by non-government agencies. And of course, because people compete for these grants, we know that winning the grant must be competitive. And once it is competitive, whoever is vying for grants must write proposals, grant proposals, not just proposals, but proposals that are winning, the proposals that are winning. Therefore, the writer must be grounded in the techniques of grant writing to go to the grant makers. And the person requesting for grant must understand the thrust of the grant maker, that is, those giving the grant. You know where they're going, so you tailor your proposal to that. And of course, what that means is that the writer of the proposal must find the right opportunities. You don't sit down and come and tell you there are opportunities here. As a grant writer, you must look for the right opportunities. You must understand the requirements of the grant makers. You understand what those giving grants are really up to, and you tailor your writing, your proposal to them. And of course, that is the proposal writer must submit required documentations and to know what should be included in the proposal as desired by the grant maker. Therefore, we must describe these projects vividly. No big grammar. Describe the project you want to undertake. You must also provide in your proposal evaluation. In other words, what you intend to do, how to do your evaluation along the line. And of course, very, very important, what is your budget? Your budget must be definite. It will be like some people who went abroad to donors. Some vice chancellors in Nigeria went abroad with external donors. And so we need money. We need money in Nigeria because they are not adequately funded. And you know, these donors will be sarcastic sometimes, particularly when your color is not white. They say, Mr. Vice Chancellor, what is actually your need? What is your budget? The Vice Chancellor, we really have to figure out what we need. So you must know what you want and the costs. I will make this very clear. And of course, when you submit, your cover letter must say exactly what is your proposal. So therefore, it is very clear there will be no ambiguity. And finally, sometimes they don't have time to go through all this. What you want to do is to give an extensive summary to what you are submitting. I also believe that this workshop will have a follow-up next for participants by the experts of the faculty of the collaborating institutions. I wish the organizers a delightful outcome and the participants a rewarding experience where they develop the mastery of the craftsmanship of grant writing. And in fact, not just grant writing, but writing that will win. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was words. Those are the words from a teacher of teachers. Please appreciate him once again. Appreciate him once again. Yes, earlier I said that we have a retinue of professionals here. And one of those is an IT guru. And in a short while, we'll be listening to him. Who is he? He's the director of the ICT of Password, and indeed is the founder of EduTimes. EduTimes is an online portal solution which has been embraced at different levels of education in Ogun State and beyond. Please join me to welcome Dr. Ademola Adedobi to give a word to the audience.
Good morning, sirs and ma'ams, the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, other members on the IT board. I just want to align with the already established protocol. I'm honored to welcome you to this workshop on grant writing, where we explore an important intersection of research, education, digitalization, and rewarding scholarly career. As a member of the team that worked for exams, which is an edtech company passionate about advancing education through technology, I'm excited to embark this journey of discovery and collaboration. Together, let's delve into the strategies that not only secure grants, but also pave the way for active contributions to the digitization of education. Here is the Rewardable workshop. Thank you very much.
One of the icing on the cake of this event, will be speaking to us now. Who is she? She is the Research and Project Development Manager for Innovation for Poverty Action. Join me to welcome Mrs. Olashubumi Obade.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, Vice Chancellor. As he mentioned, my name is Shubami Obade, and I am a Research and Project Development Manager in Innovations for Poverty Action. So we're based in Abuja, but we also have offices across the world in 20 countries. IK is very excited to be part of this event and to join in the workshop concerning grant writing. As an organization, we constantly put in proposals for grant applications. And I can tell you confidently that we mainly work with international researchers. But the goal for our organization is to work more with local researchers, to work more with Nigerian researchers to put in applications. So when this opportunity came up, we were very excited to partner with Townsend, Covenant University, and the other partners for this initiative. Thank you.
Shut and content. Thank you very much. The grants are available. I guess you told us that. The grants are available everywhere, and that's why we're here, to know how to access them and indeed win them. So it is time for us to hear from the local organizing committee, and to do that is Dr. Adefunke, who will be giving a vote of thanks on behalf of the local organizing committee. Appreciate her. It's not been easy to put an event and complete nature together.
Good morning, sir and mass, and I'd like to stand on the existing protocol, my Vice Chancellor, sir. There's a saying that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with people. That's one of the bases for this workshop. We want more people to be able to win grants, as Olashubumi has said. There's so many call for proposal all over the place. So on behalf of the host institution, Solarin University of Education, and our directorate, especially the Directorate of Research and External Relations, and our collaborators from DIADERC, we want to appreciate our Vice Chancellor for believing in us at the Directorate. When we brought up the suggestions, he didn't say, "What are you doing?" He was convinced, and one of the members of staff that are here to please put their hands together for our Vice Chancellor for supporting 25 staff to be here. It's because he believes in research, he believes that we should all be empowered. We thank you, sir. We thank you, our registrar. We want to thank our special guest, our daddy, Dr. T.M. Salisu. There's nothing we can do, but we thank you for coming. We'd like to thank our supporters, all the way from Abuja, IPA, Shubomi, thank you very much. Dr. Judith Ann of Inspire World International, thank you very much. Our dear friend, the director of DIADERC, Professor Evans, my brother, thank you very much. Nelson, we thank you very much. Every time, we thank you very much for supporting us. And Obi Meet, we thank you. All the registered participants, we have participants from Lion University. Please, where are you? We thank you for coming all the way from Oyo. Thank you very much. We have people from Ibadan. Thank you very much. We have people from Abeokuta, people from outside the state. We thank you for coming. We want to especially thank the ICT department and directorate for supporting this initiative. We want to thank the protocol team members. We want to thank the health services for being with us. We want to thank all the people that have helped us. And last but not the least, we'd like to thank all the LOC members, especially those from the directorate. Thank you, and we wish you a very rewarding time.
So we're going to thank the MC. I thank myself. My name is Dr. Oluwakemi Oriola. Yes, I am a participant in this workshop. When I got a call 2 days ago that I was to anchor the opening session, I said, why now? I'm supposed to benefit. And the prof, Professor Latipo told me, don't worry, the opening session will be very short. And when we bring it to the plenary, you will benefit greatly. So I thank myself as I thank other participants. I thank very especially the Vice Chancellor. Quite sincerely, he contributed, he supported this program, not just by hosting, but also by encouraging a good number of us to participate and by paying 50% of our participation fee. Thank you very much, sir. Now we are going to go on a short break. I don't know if it's a medical or tea break for you. Any of those you can attend to, you are free to do so. And we'll have good photographs. Please let us endeavor to join the group photographs. Photographs tell stories. Photographs are means of recording history so that we can have recourse to this in the future and we can look back to say we have indeed gained by winning so many grants. So let us have a short break and group photograph sessions. Members of the high table first. Group photographs. Light music. Tender mixture now. Don't let them accuse us of being tender and sensitive. Thank you, Sabat. All right, let's have the LOC. The LOC, members of the LOC, quickly. Will organize themselves into groups so that we would have visible images. LOC, members of the local organizing committee, please. Some of us can go at home for us to have visible images. Some can, members of the can go downwards. The gates may be. Let's have 2 layers. Yes. That's how, yes, 2 layers. I've come to announce to you that our tea break will be served while we are seated on our seats, while we remain on our seats. We wouldn't need to bother going anywhere. The menu for the break will be served to us as we are seated. Participants in groups, please come forward quickly. Participants in groups. Participants, please come forward for photographs in groups, manageable groups, so that we can have good images.
Listen to me. Let me give my number.
Education, this is the foundation. Population needs some education. We recognize where you go. Have your certificate to show. Enjoy any kind of happiness. No success. Children want to learn without an education in your head. You better off. For there is no room in this world. For employment, yes, employment, you must be intelligent. It's essential, very essential to have your credential. But if you're blind like a mule, no one will employ you. You'll be the last one to be hired, and the first one to be fired. Children go to school and learn well. People get stranded without an education in your head. Your misery, you better off. For there is simply no room in this world for illiteracy is man's greatest enemy. It's your duty, yes, your duty, stamp it out publicly. Ignorance always impedes progress. Education saves you much despair. So learn as much as you can. Ancient futures in your hands. Children stay to and learn well. Without an education in your head, you better off dead. For there is simply no room in this world. It's a treasure beyond any measure. just secure, don't ever ignore it. To find life's battles come what may. Education lights up your way. Without it, you'll never get through. Success or failure now it's up to you. Children go to school and learn well. Otherwise, without an education in your head, you're better off. For there is simply no room in this world for an uneducated survival. You must straight to the tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. Please try as much as possible not to litter the board. Please. It doesn't speak well of us as academic children. Yes, don't just drop your hands on the floor. Please. I'm begging you. Please. Go past the dustbin on your right hand, something, but please don't drop it on the floor. And I think we have just like 5 minutes before we go to other sessions. If you've not been there, speak quiet so that I can make sure that that is done. Thank you.
Hello. Participants, please come right in to the venue. Our team is over. And let's come forward. Let's come six towards the front of the auditorium. We are not going into breakout session yet. The event of today is broken into three parts. We just completed the opening sessions. Then we will go into lead presentations. Lead paper presentations are next. Please, let's come forward and occupy the seats towards the front of the auditorium. We are not into breakout sessions yet. Let us all come together towards the front seats of the auditorium. Again, participants are to occupy the seats towards the front. We will bring into sessions later. We'll bring into sessions later. Now it's time for the second segment of this event. And the second segment entails presentation of papers, lead papers. The first on the list is titled Reality of Grant Writing, Winning and Implementation, Some Winning Steps. Reality of Grant Writing, Winning and Implementation, Some Winning Steps. Professor Evans, you ready? 1 minute, right? So now, join me to welcome to the pulpit Professor Evans Osabon here, Chair and a professor at Confidence University. He will be talking to us about the reality of grant writing, winning, and implementation, giving us some steps towards winning. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Appreciate him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, participant. Okay, can you hear me? And I want to appreciate again my elder here. Prof, thanks so much for opening your door to us, because one is to lock the door, and that is for a person to open the door. And my big sister for making today the reality. So I will turn to us shortly on the reality of writing, winning, and implementation. So winning step. I want to take as a teacher. I've been teaching for the past 20 years now. So I want to make it as practical as possible. So I will ask you questions. Please, let's work together. It's not the so it's to see how we can work together. After today, I will see many persons from this team working together to win grants, collaborating to a project, not working together to bring out impact research. Without being our main takeaway. I want to appreciate all the administrators here. They are doing this job free of charge, not only distributing us to bring them from Abuja. Thank you so much. And we from Abuja, PDK from Abuja, all of them, they are helping us because they know that we don't have such money to give them, to bring this expert to pay in dollars, but they are here because they love us. I want to start by asking this simple question. It's money step. How many of us have won 1, 2 grants, 3 before? As individual or as a team member or as a teammate? Anybody? I've won one form of grants either by university, or by association. Anybody? Okay, let's clap for them. Okay. Now I've not won any grant at all. Anybody? No, we don't have anybody here who has not won any grant. If you are here in this venue as participants, please, you are a grant winner. If you are here in this venue as a participant, you are a grant winner already. No, it's not the prophecy. I'm telling you reality. Why? Because I'm an economist. The average cost of having one participant is about 100K minimum. How much did you pay? How is it starting? The other 70% was grants from our partners, IPA, CMLB, OPB, NESB. So please put on your CV that you have one grant through DIADERC to participate in this workshop. And those of us on the that the VC will learn, the university is part of it. So that's grant. So nobody here who is not a grant winner, if you are in this workshop, you are a grant winner already. And that takes me to the next point. It's not moving. So give me the, So basically, I will take us through this point, and you can please stop me and ask questions as Jim free. So I've just done the introduction, and I'll give us some key elements of grant proposal, and then some winning steps 1 to 9, and then I will conclude. And then we can take the Q&A. Please give me next slide. Great. So the very first thing to do is that if you can read the very first line, let's read. Everybody wants to go. It's practical, it's doable, it's available. And we are told by our father this morning that there are numerous grants available. Even IPA told us that. But there's about them. To convince funders to give you money, it's not cheap. To give out money is not easy. Even if you have money, to give out money is not easy. And then anybody can do that because you want to have the relevance of before that the relevance of a persuasive proposal. Okay, if you have 100 applicants and I need to have money to fund them, IPA has many of them, they will have 100 applicants, they need to fund about 10 persons. How would they choose the 10 out of 100? It's not because the grant is not good. Most times they say, I don't call it a rejection, not acceptance. It's because of the scarce resources. The money is not enough to go around. They say, well, that's why your proposal is failing. We are sorry, we cannot accommodate it for now. Try again later. Okay, and that is common. And I was talking to a colleague last week, and he said, please, I need a postdoc. I'm applying. After how many have you applied? He said, about 5. I said, no. In our team, African Scholar Business Network, we said, until you apply for 70 times and you get no, don't stop. Remember the story that somebody was asking the master, how many times my brother offended me for me to retaliate or revenge? 70 times. His name is applicable for grant writing. So until you apply for 70 times, 7 times, and all of them are low, you can stop. But I can tell you, before you get to 70 times, there will be a yes, because at everyone is coming, there will be feedback. You repackage it and you apply and take next meeting. So grant is the possible. This picture was I was in a conference last week in Ethiopia, funded by the German Academic Exchange, and that's the German ambassador to the Ethiopian government. Very simple, easygoing man. And one thing we did was to build capacity of African scholars. So it was a training for academic leaders, either directors, head of department, deans, across African countries. We have about 30 in our group out of all the universities in Africa. So because the fund is limited, so the competition is very steep. And like I was sharing with them just now, that when we collaborate and work together, you bring your idea, bring my idea, at the end of the day, we are better off. And I said that it's better to collaborate than to compete. Do you get that? Yes. It is better to collaborate than to compete. And there was a story about the man on his dying bed. He called all his sons together. And he gave them, each of them one blue stick. He said, you break it. They did that easily. Another one break it. Now give them a bunch of blue. Break the only break it. As long as you are together, nobody can break you. But if you stand alone, it can be broken. Which means he said, we all collaborate. We're able to meet targets. Even when you are tired, someone say, please, go out that line. You are being motivated. Okay, so then the more the merrier. The next point, I'm looking at this typical next slide, please. Great. So look at the next point is elements. This is not a template, but some elements of a grant proposal. One is that there must be introduction. That is, whether you are writing for science-based research, science-based, there should be introduction that will highlight the background, what is the issue, and then also what will be. And one easy thing I've found in the recent times that you can become more relevant. You can tie your argument around any of the 17 SDGs. You know SDGs? What SDG? What SDG? And how many countries we have? 17. There's no way your research cannot fit into at least 1, 2, 3. True of us. If you are sociology, you can fit into gender politics. If you are in agriculture, you can fit into politics. If you are anywhere, so you try to tie your argument around SDG, then you become more appealing because you are solving a kind of a global problem. Okay, so that's one way to make your research be much more interesting. And then two is that you have to have a kind of objectives as clear as one is enough, and then you can be with that question or hypothesis. The number 3 is not very important because it's not compulsory. But if you have done this one very well, you don't need number 3 because from your literature review, you're able to know what gap exists, and then that will be able to motivate your gap knowledge. Then the fourth item there is a conceptual, analytical, or theoretical framework. You can build your research around the theory, your area, and then see how you are making contribution. And as much as you can get a schema or a concept that you can use to argue together. Because somebody said one picture speaks more than 1,000 words. You get a schema to tie your argument together. So it makes when somebody reads, you're able to know what step you are coming. You can see your idea. Then number 5 point, very crucial, what is your methodology or how do you want to achieve your research? Are you going to work quantitative research, you work qualitative research, you work of this method? So you have to make it clear. Okay, please don't worry, this slide will be available on Google Drive. I will share with all participants. Okay, free of charge. Okay, please. So just get a note and let's discuss together. The slide will be available by first grade. The next one is which many people don't do. It's called an anticipated output. In other words, this research, before your research, what are the outputs we get? What are the things, what new knowledge are we getting from your research? And then you cannot take down to the next step. What are the relevance of your research or the field of change? Doing this research, maybe on gender, on academic exchange, what new knowledge are you on board? And then if it's a joint project, you need to know the team composition. There are some that will tell us, like, for example, there's a corner ongoing by Codestra, Council for Development Research in Africa. One is for female, only for female scholars, between 3 and 5. So we want to know about that team. And then 2 is not good to have an experienced scholar, mixed team researcher, and even a young researcher, to have that generational gap. And so if you give them those guidelines, you follow it as much as possible. And then last point before references is your work plan and your budget. You want to know your budget timeline and also your budget, how you allocate your funding. And please take note, if you are doing research, most of the funders want to see you spending money on the project, not on the radio. not on per year, on the project. So what I tell people, don't put money first. What you can do, I don't need money, you put only money. Okay. What you can do is to allocate money based on task. I'm allocating $1,000 to data collection. Of course, you're not going to do the data collection. So you, as you do it, you take the money. But you're not paying you for yourself, you're paying for the assignment you have done. I want to put money for discussion of results, not me. So you did your work, you allocate the money to the task accomplished, not yourself. Because when you see that they are putting on area more than half, this is why you need more money. Okay. Now let's take it to the winning tips. I will have them one by one and then try to open up for Q&A. What is the first one? Hey, let's go. Where do you want to go? One more time. It's not an appeal. You don't say, please give me money, I need money. No, it's not an appeal. So that will help your confidence. It's not an appeal. You're not asking for money. You're saying, I have an idea. Please join me to nurture this idea. For example, we have this idea of this workshop. We wrote many letters to IPA, many of them, about what is happiness. I think we wrote close to 30 letters. But we have about 4 or 5 that we can be part of it. That's a plus. So yeah, when I'm doing this idea, I want you to be part of this idea. So we are collaborating. And I'll tell us why. The last point there is push-up. Can we need to get over to go? The last point there. Okay, it's also there. The what? The sources of what? Of the grantee is the what? The scorecard of the grantor. So in other words, if I succeed in this workshop, happy is happy. Why? They give us money, they can see the money, they value for their money. So me succeeding is a plus of them. So they want me to succeed. This is one project I did with this is the J7 Global Environmental Outlook, which I'm part of the team, and this is the coordinator. I'm there are about 21 chapters. This outlook that will come up next year by the whole world, looking at the Global Environmental Outlook for the world, organized by UN, United Nations Environmental Program. So they want, because it's a report, every chapter matters. So this chapter author, chapter 2, each chapter author contribute to the main work. So they want each chapter author to succeed, because if you don't succeed as a chapter author, the book will not be, the project will not be. So now even if your funding agency is interested in your software, because your software is a scorecard. Okay, so that will help us when you write on the part of confidence, the part of conviction that I'm not appealing for you, but I'm asking you to join me, not to this idea, and together we can make progress. So the number one point to go with today is that grant money is not an appeal, but it's a request, and your success is the mutual interest. Is that clear? The next point, number 2 today, is that can we go? Everybody want to go to the second point? Everybody wants to go to the second point? One more time, everybody want to go? It's a non-linear process. But to go to Djibouti, you just go straight, turn left, take to the gate, go straight. Djibouti, that's almost linear. You know, it's programmed. But in gravity, it's every grant you write is unique. It's unique. You can only learn from the partner, but it's unique. Why? You are dealing with different granting agencies. You are dealing with maybe similar idea. You are dealing with different people. And that makes it unique. So you can only leverage on your experience, but don't put the new one, but instead you don't put the new one that old one came. So every grant you are writing is unique. So each application is unique, and the same way when you implement is unique. So it's not linear. There's no one to say, what is your secret of grant winning? I said, well, just learn the step and then you follow suit. You cannot replicate my result totally. You can only learn from how I did it, but it's a non-linear process. It's not just go this way and go this way. There are so many steps to it. Okay. The next point, about 3 points, is that I want to say about 3 points. What you got for it? Okay. It's a science and an art, both of them. So whether you're a scientist or artist, you can fit in. if you are interested. And this picture is one of our team members. Madam Goodness. Who can guess what she read in school? Who can guess what she read in school? What? And last guess. She had BSc Sociology, MSc Sociology. But she liked drawing. Okay. So she also part of our media appreciation. So if you see from that, herself and happiness are behind it. So she loved the art because she loved it. Okay, so there's someone that think my parents forced me to do this, to academic, I'm here. No, you can learn the art of grant writing by coming to this kind of workshop, by networking, by collaboration, you can learn the art. And then what I call the learning by doing, also learning through mentorship. So it's an art, and then it's also scientific because it's a process that we can replicate your result. If you did a work on a given issue, and able to do similar approach and get similar results. So grant writing is both and a science. It can be learned, and it can also follow a given scientific process. Number 4 point, we want to learn again today. Number 4, I want to say to everybody, number 4, only this are here. Number 4, 1, 2, go. It's going to be on the screen. It's a marathon, not a sprint. In a marathon, in 10 seconds, someone like of the boat on your mark, guess the goal. 10 seconds, what you again, not for you. But marathon requires endurance, requires consistency, requires persistence. And this is one picture I love so much from this our Kenyan young man that won several medals in the Olympics. So it may start slow, but it's better to be slow and steady than to be fast and fall. It's better to be slow and steady than to be fast and fall. So everyone you do, you learn something, you keep at it. You keep at it. Somebody say, if somebody is hitting the wall with hammer, hitting the wall first time, he may hit the 200 times before he falls. And not the last time you hit that bring down. Every hit on the hammer is important. Every step you take in that writing process, whether you want or not, you have learned something. So you can build that because it requires stamina, requires persistence, requires consistency. So grant writing is not a sprint, but a marathon. Number 5 point. Yeah, 1, 2, everybody. The topic should be topical. Because if I pick application, the first I look at what is the topic. I pick any application, they first look at the topic. If it's not interesting to me, I don't have to open the body. So your topic should be carved in a way topic. And after one way that one is to look at any of the SDG goals. You carve your topic around it. Keep it simple, short, but revealing. So let's reveal how the themes are arranged, and it should be neatly crafted and also be captivating. Okay, next point, particular topic, I should be able to see some specific items there to be specific, to be measurable, and also to be achievable. What we call it SMA should be what? Specific, measurable, and achievable. So we don't know how this idea will be not short, to be achievable. Okay, put the view of time and should be measured to make sure what they're looking at. Postpartum, for example. Postpartum what? Is it with regard to job market application, with regard to family life balance, and you want to know what you're measuring in that system. I'm only giving this example from SDGF. They say on their own that you have an action rep, and it's all reflect the setting between 10 to 7 to 10 words. Normally, the longer the title, the more confusing it becomes. Two of us. Hello. The longer the title, the more what? It becomes confusing. I was like, what are you looking for? So keep it short, simple, and measurable. Then those who assess it can know where you're coming from, or you're going to. The next point is this one a lot. Number 5 point, everybody. Okay. The end of what? Collaboration. People say, everyone, it's not only me, there are many me in me. I have had a collaboration that Dr. Judy is here, I have a Solomon, our head of research. I have happiness. So when you see me, there are many people behind me. Okay, we are here last week at the Dutch. I didn't come alone. When we're discussing, I couldn't remember this Solomon, this Ofua. So there are, when you, I was earlier, I think when you that man that brought his children, gave them broomstick. When we work together, we came along. We met in Ghana last year, and here we're together doing this workshop because we are collaborating. She's a professor in our own university, so to be man and so be there. My own. So we can work together as a professor without anybody, different anybody, but work together, the more we achieve. But when we say team means what? T for what? Team. Team together. E for what? A for what? M for what? So team together, everyone achieve more. When we work together as a collaborative team, we achieve more. We achieve more. But in Africa, it's no people that people compete with those they should collaborate with. But I think earlier, we achieve more when we collaborate instead of competing. Yeah, let me go to the next one. There can open floor for question. Yeah, this one is very, very important. What is that? One to everybody? One more time. Okay. Participant, how do you set your concept note before the deadline? I set my concept note before 11th of February 2024. I set my concept note before God to see you. I'm not seeing you. Okay, okay. What is my mistake? And I'll give us a story that's very predictive. I was in a project with some scholar from Prague, from Tanzania, from Zambia. We labored for about 3 months on that project, having online meetings here and there. I don't know what we call it, a African community, how we can encourage community across African countries, from Nigeria, Tanzania, Zambia, and South Africa. We had that project for 3 good months. And the guy in Tanzania was to meet for us. He waited on the last day to meet. You know what happens? That day there was no network in his university. And then he couldn't submit. We wrote an appeal. We wanted to be funded by European Union. So we wrote an appeal by European Union. So please, organize network. Sorry, it's not. We will check. It's not from us. So that's 3 months of labor wasted because we are looking for lastminute.com. So I learned that in a very painful manner. So we submitted last January from my university. My visit called me. There was a list called for WTO, World Organization, on to have a chair. So my visit called me, please lead this project. I said, I'm busy, but it's my book. He said, no. So we're meeting, and we're doing Google form, Google contributing. The deadline was to be the 31st of January this year, this last month. And I told my colleague who must submit on the 10th. This is 1 week to go. He said, no. I said, no. So we sat down in the office between 10 a.m. By 3 p.m., we are done. Because the last day, anything happened. Anything happened. And if it happened at the airport in Tanzania, all the labor will be so avoid last minute of coming, because that way you cannot go through, you won't do a proper check, just make mistakes. But if you have time to reflect the view, if you want, so the very crucial point to learn that in grant writing winning, you must avoid lastminute.com. Which the next point, okay, yeah, that is another program we had in Morocco, is Status Flow, 2019 Nobel laureate winner in economics. All the workshop in Morocco. If most time, grant agency will give you a guideline, number of word count, submit online or email. Please follow the guideline religiously as possible. Because if you don't do, it won't be reviewed. It's only those who are secretary will just go through the format. If first you look at all the information, those that meet up this side, those that meet up this side, no matter how it is. So follow the guidelines as more as possible. Instead of the JPA will tell you they focus more on RCT, randomized controlled trial. So you try as much as you can to rub it around that, otherwise don't stay true. Okay? Are you the one to online solution? Are you want gender-based? He said, mother have to be female. Please, even if the person just there at the cover up, bring him or her there, bring her there. Well, the program from ARC, African Economic Research Consortium, they said the team lead must be a female. Just possible for sure. Journalism. As our, we are behind you, just I will not the grant to work together. Okay? So follow their guidelines as much as possible. The next point as we work towards the end is that it's better to win a grant. Not to people have to go last month. I think I want everybody. So once we win a grant, know that you are indebted. One, because your name is at stake, your university name is at stake, your country name is at stake. So it becomes share to deliver the grant based on the terms. And even if there are challenges to meet up, you write to them, please. For example, I think this project is funded by African Honorable Foundation for 3-year project on the research linkage program. This is my collaborator in Germany. And we had to start off in 2020 to 2023, but COVID-19, there was COVID-19. So we had to have an extension because of the COVID for about 6 months, and it was granted. So even if there are challenges, communicate to because that your substance is their because they want to help us. So we communicate as openly as possible. Then, in conclusion, these are some parting words as we conclude. Number one, summary. Number 1 point. Number 1 point. Going on, last result, very important. Number 2, consistency, because they were done not a sprint, but a marathon. Number 3, with the bus funds based on budget. So you have your budget. It's not that it's my friend who allocate for a budget. So everybody can work, otherwise some will work and some will not work, and others will be discouraged. So you allocate based on that. Then next point is number 4, so anyone you have won becomes your what you call your trust capital or trust bank account, because it shows that you can execute, and most of the assets was sleeping, they want to see what you have done before. So anyone you win is a plus to you. Number 5. So implement, and then it also show how you can estimate. Can be through publication, policy brief, can present in conferences or workshops to communicate your research finding. Number 6, we said that our grant is great and it's possible. So there are grants everywhere. I'm going to on our platform, our WhatsApp group. If you are not there yet, please ensure you are there, because from now we're sharing so many calls from IPA, from our team members, so you can apply. There are many of them, and we can work together, we can take this. So we're engaging you afterwards. So please don't say we are putting in too much. We want to see your success. Okay, and that's point number 7. Healthy work, collaboration, and teamwork is very fundamental. Number 8 is that to conclude. If there are challenges, you form your agency of challenges. Okay. Then the last one, family reporting is very crucial. And then last, we said that if it has been done, we can do it. Once again, thank you so much for your time. God bless you.
So, Professor Evans, thank you very much for that illuminating presentation. I'd like to inform participants that the slides for each of the presentations will be shared to us. We're supposed to take question and answer session now, but then let's take all the presentations all together in time. Please note your questions and observations. Please note them so that they don't elude you. Next, we have this presentation titled Ethical Standards in Grant Processes and Research Communication for Policy or Industry Relevance. Join me to welcome Olasubumi Obade to speak on this. Is the presentation ready? Are you ready, madam? All right, please welcome her with a round of applause, please. Welcome her, welcome her. For the next presentation, we'll quickly take questions and answers for Professor Evans' presentation. Yes, I will give participants numbers. I'll start with you, sir. Number one, questions. Only one. Two. I'm interested in gender balancing here. Yes. Any of our female participants? Three. All right. So please come forward. Number one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samaj Padumewani. I'm a doctoral student in the Department of Economics, Lagos State University. My question to Professor Yovan borders on a sequence, the element of the food proposal or grant winning. Now, one of the areas you mentioned is the issue of the objective of the research of the research. Now, under the objective, you mentioned research question and research hypothesis as components. Now, there is an issue, and that issue is like a not issue among us at the department. The court of presenting my research proposal, there are some observations that ideally, and thank God you are in the Department of Economics, that ideally, when you are presenting a research question, and you get to the point, is the research question, is the research objective that will lead to the research question. Now, when you have stated your question, is it necessary to present your hypothesis or not? Because I observe that after you wrote the objective, you now said research question or hypothesis. So what you are telling us that you can go together. And I think from my own point, from my own perspective, that what we do in economics most of the time is to test hypothesis. For example, when I'm working on foreign direct investment and economic growth, and I'm able to establish by regression analysis
relationship between the NPR and economic growth. Now, we have to do granular consultancy test. I believe you understand that. We have to do your granular consultancy test. What value causes one another? Is it economic growth that causes NPR, or NPR that causes economic growth? So when you get to that stage, you carry out some tests. And when you can do your granular consultancy, you have a statement of hypothesis. So beyond the question, the hypothesis to be stated at the point of testing your econometric analysis are not necessary. That's the beginning of my issue there. I want to see further clarification on that. Then the second aspect of the question was you understand research objective that will be SMA. So you understand, smart, measurable, and achievable. But we have a recent training at last week. They told us how to be smart, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. That's what they told us. I don't know whether they are different. I want more clarification on that. Thank you.
Number 2, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is this. Dr. S. Oyewole, his grant proposal is based on the initiative of the grant maker. Grant proposal items are not initiative. For example, I have put in mind, and I see that my local area, it needs certain change. I could see a certain gap. Can I initiate and find a grant taker by myself? Or if not, how can I get grant maker for that good idea?
Thank you, sir. Number 3. Someone raised their hand from this end. 3, please come forward. 5. 3. I number 3, not 5.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that very expository task. I want to ask from the angle of the industry. So there are times when you actually collaborate, but in the midst of collaboration, it goes south. So what do you do at that point? It goes back. Yes, it goes back. So what do you do at that point, considering the fact that the project might have already commenced, but I mean, things happen. So what do you do at that point? Thank you.
Now, it is time to respond. Let's make it as brief as possible.
Okay, thanks so much. Nothing more. Oyewole and thank you so much. The first one is about you have objective. You have need to write the simple. If you look at one of the writing again, one is follow their guidelines. If your department say objective, section 1.2, the second question 1.5, and what is 1.6, you want to graduate, follow their guidelines. Is that clear? If I want to say, if I put no, it's only for that one. So they tell us the put both of them. And so you want to graduate, follow their guidelines. Not just follow, because they are very make sense. They don't understand your thesis. Not okay. So follow their guidelines. That's clear. And then you don't need to one objective, that question, doesn't go anymore. So follow the guideline. Then smart SFA is different. What I say, smartest. Just let it be specific, measurable, achievable. Because of the time, so again, follow their guideline. Yes. The last one, yeah, please, I want to see you. That's very important. If I have an idea, do I how do I push it? IPA is here. the fund the initiative. For example, I only appreciate DAD last week was Ethiopia. Because this African scholars membership network, as that money is my personal budget. Okay, every income that I mean, 10% goes to that project. So I was wondering for myself, the certificate will issue online, the hardware master I pay every month. I have two of my team on the behind the scene on the media. I was paying them on the usually. But we put our very first grant in October, but now push that. So to have an idea, there are agencies that can fund the idea. There's a fund for development by French government. So this project, I told ITID that having an idea, how do I put it? We're already discussing. So you can approach any sort of agency and start the idea. And there are some of them that can fund the idea and they work with you. So don't so. But at times, if they call the phone, but that's what an idea, they can fund it. And then here, the industry, yes, the time of time, you already did a grant, and then, for example, I was doing a project for one of them told me, Emma, you don't get paid, me, I never get it. You can't let me, and you can't tell the agency, one of them is not the one who does. You have to find a way out. It's to bring some other person as collaborators and then get the work done. Okay, another one was to do a project in Tanzania on life-saving investment. Okay, the money was not so much, so we couldn't talk to Tanzania, but I met somebody in Germany who was doing this in Tanzania. I said, okay, you know what? Let's share your data. You can be part of my team. And he agreed. So we share the data, and do the project, we finish it. So it's to collaborate more, and if we get a new partner, we can fund that project. Otherwise, your effort will be wasted, the money will be wasted, and then your own reputation will be wasted. So we bring other companies that can be public, and they move on. It happens that we get a young company in your place, it's a normal thing. Look at yourself now, move on, and move forward. Okay, thanks so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Evan. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Shibomi Abadeli. I'm Research and Project Development Manager at Innovation Poverty Action. So before I go into the main part of my presentation, I want to spend a few minutes just discussing IPA as an organization, because I know like a few of you might not know what we do as a firm. So IPA is a research and policy non-profit organization. We've been in existence for over 20 years. So in 2022, we turned 20. It's 22 years this year. And we work across different sectors, conducting impact evaluation. So rigorous evaluation in health, education, agriculture, social protection, peace and recovery, and then the other sectors of action. So as an organization, we have three ambitions or pillars that we stand by. The first one is that we want to create stronger evidence. We want to make sure that the evidence that exists is really adding to the pool of knowledge within that context. The second one is that we want to share evidence strategically. We want to make sure that the evidence that we're creating goes to the right people. Right? So it goes to the policymakers who can make a difference. But the last one is that we want to equip decision makers to use the evidence appropriately. You can make projects, develop ideas that you don't translate well for policymakers. So one of our big pillars is to make sure that the evidence is easy to understand, interpret, and use for policymakers. Okay. As an organization, like I mentioned earlier on, we work in 20 locations across the world. Most of our offices are in Africa. We have a Nigerian office in Abuja, but we also work across the country. And across the 20 years, we've done over 800 evaluations with several partners across the world. Great. So I'll go right into research ethics. So a very broad definition of research ethics is that it's the guiding principles for how we do research that involves humans, animals, or the environment. So there are many research projects that involve, let's say, blood tests or highly sensitive issues, like people that have HIV, for instance, or children. And it's very important that we put in place some principles or guidelines that help us think about how we engage and protect those populations. But it encompasses respect for individuals, beneficence, justice, and integrity in those sort of areas. Why is research, ethical research important? It's because that it ensures the protection of participants' rights, safety, and well-being. When we're working with vulnerable groups, we want to make sure that the safety, the well-being is well protected. So that's why we think about things like confidentiality, privacy, when we're putting together our grants for submission. But also when you make sure that you're protecting your participants or your respondents, then you are putting together a project that is trustworthy and credible. In certain settings, they want to make sure and see that you have gone through quite carefully your audience and how to protect them and their well-being. So you're not putting them at danger or harm when you engage with them for your project. Please let me know if I'm moving too fast. In general, I speak very fast. Right. So this slide just gives you sorry, I apologize. So this slide gives you an example of what is away from the main family members. And then you also just highlight the fact that you make sure you follow all of these protocol guidelines when you're implementing. That's really important when you're writing a proposal. But also, some donors really point out in more detail how they would like you to think about personal data. So in a few slides, I'll go through a summary of the data protection regulation for Nigeria. But in some of your PORs or your request for proposal, you will see some donors highlighting that you must ensure confidentiality, data privacy, and protection. And you need to make sure that you have a well thought out plan in your proposal to handle that. So this point is just highlighting the fact that as you're putting together a proposal, there are various stages where you need to think about, am I handling this research in an ethical way? So at the data collection stage, the consenting process, data management, as well as the findings and dissemination, have you made sure that every person has gone through thinking through in terms of protecting your respondents? Very briefly, I'd like to highlight the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. So just a show of hands who knows about the regulation. Great. So this came into effect in 2019, and it doesn't only affect banks or every other sectors, but it also affects the research. So what the regulation states is that we must very carefully think about how we protect and collect information from our respondents. We can't just collect it and then share it with anyone, but we must always tell them at every stage how we're handling the data, who we're sharing it with, and who is using the data for whatever purpose it's for. So it's very clear on how we engage with the data, engage with the respondents as we're moving along with research. And what I've seen over time is that the donors really want you to think about how you're making sure you're complying with the regulation. Even in fact, the Nigerian government has annual audits that are required by people who are handling personal data, which I know not every firm or organization knows about that, but it's a required standard of this regulation. Okay. So when you're thinking about collecting and processing data, you need to think through a couple of things, including how you collect the identity and contact details of the data controller, so that is the people who are handling the data, the survey firm, or yourself as the researcher. The data subject in this case would be your respondents, so how you're collecting the data, and also the purpose for which the data will be processed, the purpose for which you use the data as well. Then you need to take into account who receives the data. And lots of people work with mixed teams. And when I define mixed teams, I'm thinking about teams that have researchers that are based in Nigeria, researchers that are based in the US or the UK or another country. So the regulation specifies that if you're sharing data with personal information outside the country, you must get the Nigerian government approval. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that. They're very strict on how they handle PII within the data, within the country, sorry, and outside. So that's a very big part to know. Then another thing I need to highlight in the proposal is how long you're going to store the data for, and how you're going to transfer the data to third parties. So not just your researchers, but maybe even to the donors that are sponsoring the research that you're conducting. Lastly, I'd like to touch on effective research communication. So the last bit of regards to policy is thinking through how we effectively communicate the research that we create and manage. And at IPA, we are very big on how we engage with policymakers. One of our key sectors, like I mentioned in the beginning, is equipping policymakers to use the data that we create in a knowledgeable and easy way. So what you want to make sure you're doing is that you are translating your data into a way that is easy for them to understand. It's not just sharing regressions with them or analysis with them, but when you're sharing your output, make sure that it's in simple words, simple language, so that they can communicate that very effectively within their own groups. And also share with their own other policymakers how and why this is important to take into account. As a researcher, your role is to help them translate that result so that they can use it to implement different policies. But also, it's very important for you to engage the policymakers early on. What I've seen, and this has failed several times, is that you write a proposal, you win the grant, you tell them in the proposal that you engage the federal government or the state government, but you never engage them to the very end. And what happens is that when you do those sort of engagements at the end, they might not buy into it because you do not engage them at the beginning. They will not have the process to develop that research. And so it's very important that when you're thinking through how to communicate your research effectively, it's not an afterthought to engage policymakers, but you engage them from the beginning, during research, and afterwards. It's also a good way to build, like I just mentioned now, a long-term relationship with them. So what I've seen work time and time again at IPA is that when you first of all engage a government party or a partner, and you do some sort of engagement with them, you build trust, right? They see that if you come to them with grants, you say you're willing to work with them, and everything goes well. When they have bigger engagements, the first person that they think about is you. So I'll give you an example of work that we're doing with the CBN. We currently have an embedded lab with them that is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Who knows Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? So our first engagement with the CBN was small. They asked us for technical advice, right? So we came to the office, we sat with them, we gave them advice on how to work on the M&E portfolio, and that was it. But through that engagement, we built trust with them. And when we said to them, Bill and Melinda Gates is interested in funding a bigger engagement with you, like a big grant of work with you, we were very excited to work with us. And we made sure we built trust and we maintained that relationship over time. Another thing to note is that when you're engaging with partners, it's a lot easier to share a case study with them. So share with them an example of the work that you have done, either in a similar context or in the same area, in a different area, different country, for instance. So what IPA is very good at is that over the last 20 years, we have built evidence and knowledge in various sectors in various countries. If you ask me about a field, for instance, I can easily give you an example of a project that we have done, either in Nigeria, Ghana, Philippines, Myanmar, that might fit that bill. And we use that sort of case study or example to show them our capabilities and the way that we can potentially support them. So the point here is that if you can show them the previous work, the experience, that can always help you get that trust, that buy-in, and building that relationship that can help you effectively communicate your research and also help influence policy. Okay, the last one is on challenges. But being able to communicate some of the challenges that they might face during implementation, if they want to scale up the work that you have done. So sometimes we work on a research project to get funding for a pilot or a full-scale study. But now we want to move it from just doing the work in one state to doing the work in 6 states or across the country. It's always good that when you're talking to a policymaker, that you're really highlighting to them how the process. We know that even if you have a plan, it's not always that you're supposed to. There'll be issues, there'll be challenges. It's good to be able to communicate to them that when you face a certain challenge, this is how you handle it. And if they're going to scale up or go to do this work across the country, this is how they can potentially handle the issue. But what I've also seen is that when the government takes ownership of an idea that is worked on, don't fall to the wayside. Try and be part of those engagements, help them with scaling up the project, because you're the expert at that point in time. You just done the research, you know more about that sector as well. So be involved in helping them problem solve as they're scaling up the work. Great. Those are the points that I wanted to highlight. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanking her in a better way requires more applause. Please give me her please. Thank you for that insightful presentation on ethical standards and how we can communicate our research outputs. Now, I want to invite Dr. Solomon Okwande. Is he here? Yes, Dr. Solomon Okwande will be talking to us on quantitative data analysis. Please give a round of applause to him. Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, ma'am. Without wasting our time, I want to talk about this important aspect of every research, whether for grant writing or for publication. Data handling is very, very important. And without data, you may not be able to complete the research. And that is why we need to talk more about this. Why do we need data? We are carrying out an empirical work. The theory might have explained the relationship between your variable or among your variables. What makes the work empirical is to test that theory with data. For instance, in economics, sorry, I'm an economist, I'm going to make some references to economic terms. We have a theory that says the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. That is general. You might want to know whether this theory is applicable in Nigeria's situation and collect data on demand, collect data on price, a particular commodity. You can plot it on graph and see whether these two are actually relating the way the theory has predicted. You want to see whether when the price increases and the quantity also reduces as well. You want to see that. Of course, we know that many theories are not good in Nigeria because of structural problems. For instance, there's a theory in economy that says when the inflation goes up, unemployment comes down. When unemployment comes down, but both of them are increasing in Nigeria. That's again the theory. You might want to test and make your recommendation on why this is so. You need data. You need data on inflation, you need data on unemployment to see why the inflation increases. Why do we have increase in unemployment as well? We need data to explain all these aspects. So data is the heart of every research. Data is very important. And data handling is majorly problem of many researchers. There's a way we can, if you are not good in data analysis, there's a way we can actually handle this by collaboration. You know you are not good in data handling, you can collaborate with someone that is very good in data analysis. However, this will be able to, cater for your own weakness, but also has disadvantage because you are going to be relying on another person. That particular person will determine when you publish your work, when you complete your research. But if you can also handle it, why will you be relying on somebody? Why will you be relying on somebody when you can actually finalize your own research? You have to be waiting. As I'm standing here, I have more than 20 papers on my table. I'm the one doing the paper, but I cannot be myself. I also need some rest of time. But when you have people pressuring you, please, you need to get this paper, please calm down. We'll do it. Just give me some time. Because every day you see new. Somebody called me this morning when I was sitting at the bar. He said, "Are you Dr. Kwande?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You are very good in data handling." I said, "I cannot tell you right no or yes. It depends on what you want to do." Because data, it depends on what you want to do. Because data handling is very wide. It's what you know. What you know, what some other people may know, other things that you don't even know that exist. So it depends on what you actually know about data. And we said data responds to a question. Your research question will determine the kind of data you want to collect. Somebody has already said something about research question and objective, and Prof has answered. There are arguments in the literature about which one comes first, objective or research question. When you read different arguments, you're not thinking, there was a time I said, I'm getting confused. These people are confusing me. I have to take a stand on my own. Which one comes first? When you have a two statement of problem, there should be some question in that problem that needs to be answered. And that's why, for me, I said, that question will come first, directly from the statement of problem. What you have to talking about objective. The objective will help you to answer the question you have raised from the statement of your problem. Example of, okay, let's see these two examples. How effective are microfinancing, entrepreneurship, disposition, and literacy promotion in addressing gender-based employment in Nigeria? This is the topic of one is. If you look at this topic, we have some key variables in it. Those are the variables you need to gather data on. For instance, we need data of microfinancing, we need data of entrepreneurship, disposition, we need data on literacy promotion, and also on gender-based unemployment. When you have data on this, that is when you can say, okay, let me go ahead and complete this work. Because in some research, you need to be sure that data exists before you can start the paper at all. If you cannot find data, there's no point starting that research. Or probably if somebody is already maybe telling you that, okay, you get data for me. We have a research like that, and we're still able to get data. They are not, but you probably data from the beginning. We are collaborating with that particular organization. Until now, they are not able to give us data. We have to stop at that point. So you don't need to get stuck along the way. Before you start research, make sure that your data exists. Or if you are going to collect data on your own, you should be also be specific about that. The second one, to what extent does mindfulness meditation reduce symptoms of anxiety in college students? This particular study is with some people at medical college at OAU. We are still on the work. If you look at this kind of work, you now be thinking, what are the variables? First variable here is mindfulness meditation. And the second one is symptoms of anxiety. You need data on this, whether you want to collect it primarily or secondarily. But you must make sure that you identify your variables from your research question. Because at the end of the day, when you are carrying out your analysis, it's going to be answering your question. And you must get everything that is needed for you to continue the research. Data collection, gathering, and type of data needed are a portion of variables in the research question. You can have your study, you can have 3 research questions. You need to identify the variable from each of those questions, because from there you know how many variables you need to gather data out. And we have the process, research process. Of course, you know, research process does not start with research question. We need to talk about statement of problems. That is where you're going to get your back. I just start this one from this is what I need. And of course, you know, your research cannot be completed at data analysis. You need to interpret your data, your results, conclude based on your finding, and make recommendations. But this is what I need for the purpose of this lecture. I'm just telling you that so that you don't know that research does not end here. We have research questions. Some people will start their research work from this research question, while some other will start from data collection. There is no sacrosanct process. It depends on what you are dealing with. In some research, you may need to start your work from data collection. The type of data you are able to collect will determine the kind of methodology you are going to use. And from there, that may also inform your research question. And some other people will start from research question. From research question, they know the type of methods to achieve that particular objective, and go to the field, collect data, analyze your data, and interpret your result. Okay, these are possible tips about data analysis. Not many people have talked about data analysis, but simply data analysis, these are what they can describe, and that's why we have what's known as descriptive statistics, descriptive analysis, to describe the kind of data you have. Tell us, okay, what is the mean of the data? I can sample the participant, let me have the height, and let me know the mean. That is, every other person will surround that particular main value. You can use your data to describe your variable. Prescribe, of course, you go to a pharmacist or a medical practitioner, they will ask you some questions before they can prescribe drug for you. When they are asking you questions, they are collecting data from you, and then they are going to make their decision on the data you supply to them. And that is why you are going to meet a pharmacy or a medical, you don't need to add anything. Just tell them the way you are feeling, and from there they will be able to prescribe accurately for you. You can use your data to predict Based on what you have in the past, in the present, you can use to predict what will happen in the future. You have different methods that you can use to carry out your prediction. And you can use your data to diagnose, that's what we are talking about. As you can use to prescribe, you can also say as well that, okay, if this is happening, this must be the cause. You can use your data to also diagnose the cause of an effect. Type of data we have. We have the quantitative data, which can also be called numeric data. These are data that can be quantified. They are numerical in nature. You can assign values. They have values. These are the kind of data that probably in secondary data analysis, you are going to probably make use of this more often. And this particular numeric data can be discrete or continuous. We are still going to talk about this because we will continue to refer to the type. And we also have qualitative data. They are non-numeric data. These are in narrative nature. They are narrative in nature. There's no doubt about that. Although we can also assign value. When you put your data, primary data analysis, data collection Likert format, you can assign 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to your responses. And from there, you are changing it to quantitative. From there, and this can also be ordinal or categorical. We are going to give examples of all these aspects. Example of discrete data, from the numeric, we have two discrete and continuous. This is an example. When you have data that can only be in whole numbers. For instance, I go to the front of this board, I can count the number of cars parked. If I have 50 cars, I cannot have 50.5. Who brought that 0.5? Maybe that car does not have 2 tires. The car is a car. What you but you don't have point something. That's an example of discrete data. The number of children in the family, you can't have point something. Even if this child is not fully good, it's not still that. You can't have point something. And example of continuous data, this can be in fraction. Of course, if I collect data on height and weight, some people will be 40 something, 0.5 kg. While some people want 10 something point, like this, my organ can be 110 point or 90 points, something kg. This kind of data can be in fraction. And that is why we call it continuous data. We need to be mindful of these two types. Because if you are working with primary data, when you are loading your data into probably SPSS, the subject will ask you what kind of data it is. You need to be able to tell appropriately. And that also will tell you about the kind of analysis you are going to carry out, the kind of techniques you are going to use. Example of continuous data. Okay, we are talking about the height, the weight, everything that can assume fraction values. They are our continuous data. And for the quantitative aspect, although another person will talk about quantitative data analysis, but example of this, we have ordinal data. We have when you have your ordinal data have value that can be put on ordinal scale. You can only put this on ordinal scale. You can have from 0 to 9 years old, 10 to 19 years old. These are ordinal. You can also, as well, you have the second one, example of categorical data when you have steps. Of course, in the first one, when you have 0 to 9 years old, if somebody is 8 years, of course, it's greater than, it's older than somebody that is 2, but they are put in the same category. If somebody is 11 and somebody is 9, they are in different groups, but one is older. Of course, we know one is older than the other. But in the second aspect, categorical, you are not saying one is better or one is better than the other. When you talk about sex, male or female, I don't know. Of course, Nigeria, we have just two gender in Nigeria. I know people in gender, they know the type of gender we have now. But I'm very sure in Nigeria, these are the two are the formally recognized one, male and female. Here, I cannot say that male are better than females. We are not saying females are better than male, but we are only giving them value. So we are classifying them. That's why we call it categorical data. We have religion. We are not saying the Muslims are better than Christians or Christians are better than traditionalists. It's based on your own belief. Are you getting my point? Here, we are not saying one is better than the other. We call that kind of data categorical data. When we have socio-economic status, some people are really very rich, some are moderately rich, some are poor, some are extremely poor. You know, in fact, the world is trying to avoid the use of the word poor now. If you go to our new upper edition, 7th edition, they are trying to modify that point derogatory. They don't want us to use the guy. I don't know the kind of what we are going to be using. When you are poor, whether you like it or not.
The poor.
Okay, the poor. The poor people, the poor. The poor people, what is the difference? The poor people, the poor. But they are not trying to avoid that will not be feeling, you know, excluded. And when you have that, it's going to be a categorical state of origin. You cannot say also better than Ogun, or Lagos is better than Port Harcourt, Cross River, or from, you know, you can only categorize those kind of marital status, single marriage. You cannot put them on ordinary. You have to be categorical. The next thing we are going to be looking at, okay, we want to expose ourselves to SPSS environment. How does it look? How do you input your data in SPSS? We are starting from this because this one is general for everybody. Regardless of the discipline, we all make use of primary data, or some make use of secondary data more than primary. But we know that primary is basic for everybody, and that is why I asked us to download some software so that we can work with it. We have data coding, running the digital analysis, data grouping. We are talking about all this. This is an environment. When you open your SPSS, you should see something like this that has data view, variable view. But we are going to start from variable view. That is where you're going to define your variable. I think that's the second one. Will be here. We are going to have name. Actually, if I have questions from 1 to 40, I actually use Q1, Q2, Q3 to Q40. But you can give it any name you want to give it. The type of data you are working with, is it numeric? Of course, we are talking about the type of data, numeric and non-numeric. If it's not numeric, it's strange. If you click on it will give you, and when you have already known the kind of data you are working with, you can easily identify. If it's numeric, you put numeric. If it's strength, you put strength. We have width, we will determine automatically by SPSS most time. Decimals, this will also give you, the default is 2 decimal places, but you can change to 0 decimal place. If you want to see 0, 0, you can change it to 0 decimal place. Label, this is where you're going to write. The first one, if I have Q1, the Q1 is talking about the gender of my respondent. Here, under label, I will put gender. So that when I'm working, I know what Q1 means, what it represents. And from there, you have the value. This value, when you click on the value, you can assign number to it. You can have 1 for male, 2 for female. This is where you do that under values. The missing values, leave that column, will be determined by the column, align, measure. That measure is also important. That is where you're going to tell SPSS whether your data is ordinal. But here you're going to have ratio, ordinal and nominal. If your data is numeric, most of the time they are nominal data. And if not, if they are kind of data that you have to order, maybe age from 0 to 9, you choose ordinal data. And if it's not, you cannot determine whether it's nominal or ordinal. That's what I usually tell you. You cannot determine if a variable is ordinal or nominal. Of course, if you look at it critically, you are going to get. But there was a situation when a medical doctor brought one variable for me. You know, I used the whole day to study the variable. Is it nominal? Is it ordinal? Because they are actually sent the work for publication, but they started the work because of the classification of I was not, I should not make the same mistake that someone has made. That's why it brought it to me. I was now, I have to abandon everything I want to do for that day. Look at, I'm not typing on Google. What you have to say, is it nominal or ordinal? But look at different, because we are able to get what this should be ordinal. Yeah, it's not nominal. You have to classify it and rearrange. This is where I'm going to put the under measure. It is very, very important. Because this will tell you, for instance, you want to carry out a regression analysis. It's going to be logistic regression. Logistic regression is when your dependent variable has binary values, 0 and 1. That's when you can use logistic regression. But if you cannot determine this, you won't be able to know the kind of nominal. It's going to be multinomial regression when you have more than 2 layers of data for your dependent variable. This will inform the kind of regression you are going to carry out. Okay, I have this variable here. When you have already prepared your variables, the value you assign will show here. And when the value shows here, you can then see. You can check it to when we are working with normal, I'll show you can examine, okay, what does 4 represent? If you have 4, what does it represent in your data? If you click on there's one double arrow, A and 1. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, the last fourth one, when you click on it, it's going to show you what each of your value represents on your SPSS. Now, we have talked about it, the name we are going to assign, the type of data, decimal, you can determine that, you can leave this for the default to 2 decimal places, or you change it to 0 decimal place. Also, you have label, values are measured. We have talked about this, ordinal and nominal. This is kind of an example we are talking about. This data has been arranged, gender, because gender is what's it called? With that gender, because we have assigned values to E1 and 2 as nominal here, because we have assigned values to E. It's now a quantitative data. That is why we call it nominal. We have arranged this based on the kind of data they have. The one that is nominal, the one that is scale, the one that is ratio has been arranged properly. Of course, this is when you click on your variable view, it shows you this. This is telling you the input you are. Sometimes you can import your data, probably from Google Form. When you use Google Form, you can import your data. Like you are going to do what you want to redefine your data. Because when you import your data from Google Form, it will not define it for you. You are going to be able to define that this one is 1, this one is 2. And you can check from there. Okay, what does 3 represent? What does 1 represent? You can check by clicking on the 2 arrows we talked about the other time. Now, when to use word text, this is another important area because sometimes we are confused about what text can I use to solve to answer this question. Let's see, chi-square test, ANOVA test, we have F test, we have T test, and they have some relationships and differences where you can apply them. Let's see from chi-square text. The chi-square, we have 2 types of chi-square tests. We have for the goodness of fit, and we have test of independence. For the goodness of fit, when you use to determine whether or not categorical variable follow a hypothetical distribution. When you have just one variable, and the variable is categorical, automatically you are going to use chi-square of goodness of fit. When you have a question that has just one variable, and the variable is categorical, this is the best test that you must. If you use another thing, when you set your paper out and you are unlucky to find somebody to review your work, which is very connected in that area, you will get automatic rejection because you can't make any difference based on wrong technique. For example, we want to know if a die is here, so we throw the die. We are talking about a toss of a die, just one variable. You can do it 50 times, and the 100 times, but we are talking about what? One variable. And because it's going to be categorical, a die is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't have more than that. It's categorical. If you have that kind of data, you are going to use chi-square goodness of each text, because we are talking about just one categorical variable. Another one, you want to know if an equal number of people come into a shop each day of the week. We are talking about one variable here, coming to shop. It can be for other days, but the variable we are talking about is what? People that visit that particular shop. It's one variable. And if you look at this variable, so we count the number of people who come in each day during the random week. You know, you can then be talking about numbers of people that come. When you have this kind of data, because it is also a numerical data, you are going to use one variable. You are going to use your chi-square goodness of. Let's say the chi-square test of independence that is used to determine whether or not there's a significant association between two categorical. Here, when you have two categorical variables, you know, the first one is one categorical. This one is when you have two categorical variables. You are going to make use of chi-square test of independence. You want to test whether probably the mean of the first variable is different from the second one. So you are going to compare the two. For example, you want to know if gender is associated with political party preferences. You want to see that if you belong to PDP, what does gender influence your preference or not? Of course, you know we have two variables, gender and the present preference for political party. Of course, you know gender is categorical, male or female. And political parties we have in India are categorical. Is it that you are APC, PDP, which other one? You know, you can whether they are party or not, they are categorical. Because we are not saying one is better than the other. We are only giving them value based on their appearance. And because we are dealing with two categorical variables, the best test for this is chi-square test of independence. Next, the second example, we want to know if a person's favorite color is associated with their favorite sport. If the way I'm fair like this my sister, so we are fair the same way. We want to see whether our color affects our sports association. Now, whether I like football, you like basketball, does it have to do with color? And because color is categorical data, blue, green, yellow, you can name it, they are categorical. And another thing, because the sport is also categorical. It can be football, basketball, volleyball, and they are also categorical. And because we're dealing with these two categorical data, we are going to apply the chi-square goodness of it. Let's see ANOVA. When do we use ANOVA? When do we use ANOVA? ANOVA is used to determine whether or not there is a statistically significant difference between the mean. That's what I call it. Between the mean of 3 or more independent variables. Now, when we talk about chi-square for independent, we talk about 2. But what happens when you have more than 2 variables? Chi-square test of independence cannot be applied. It can only have 2 categorical variables. When you have more than 2, you can't apply that. And that will come for ANOVA. Of course, we have different types of ANOVA. That's another thing. We have one way ANOVA, we have 2-way ANOVA, but you can read 3-way ANOVA depending on the number of variables you have. For example, you want to know if 3 different studying techniques lead to different mean exam score of students. You have used 3 different techniques for them. And you want to know if these 3 techniques affect their scores. And then we have identified 2 variables here. We have 3 different techniques, or 3 different techniques. And we also have exam score. When you have this kind of data, you can make use of chi-square, whether goodness of it or dependent. What you are going to make sure is ANOVA for that particular. The second one, you want to know if what different type of fertilizer lead to different people in my field. You want to see that, you want to apply, you want to know which one is better among these, which one is the best among these fertilizers. You have 4 of them, different types. And you apply it on your feed, on different sample feeds. You want to see what will be the output At the end of the day, based on the output, you can know, okay, this fertilizer is better than this one is also better than this, based on their output. Now, because you are talking about 4 different types, in this kind of data, you cannot use ANOVA to test that. ANOVA is appropriate when there is at least one categorical. But for you to make use of ANOVA, you must have at least one categorical variable and one continuous dependent variable. Of course, when you have just 2 variables, one is categorical, one is continuous. You can't use chi-square, though they are 2 variables. But that's why both of them will be categorical. But when you don't have one categorical and one continuous, you can't use chi-square. What you are going to use is ANOVA for that kind of, and that's why I use color for you. At least one categorical variable. If you have 4 variables, one of them must be categorical for you to use this particular method. As a basic rule of thumb, we have use chi-square test when every variable you are working with is categorical. And you use ANOVA when at least one is categorical and one is continuous dependent variable. That's when you are going to make use of the two F-test versus T-test. How do you determine which one to use? When you want to use the F-test and T-test, which one is more appropriate to use? For F-test, of course, we have talked about F-test. When you are talking about, you are working with variance, you want to see that the variance of one is different from the other. We use F-test. You want to tell whether the variance of the 2 groups are equal. We use F-test. But this kind of the hypothesis, we have the population variance are equal. That's our non-hypothesis. The population of the two samples are equal. And the alternate hypothesis is the population variance are not equal. Although there are some assumptions we make. While in our elementary hypothesis testing, when you get that hypothesis, you accept alternate hypothesis. But that is not so in the case of research. The fact that you are getting on hypothesis does not mean you are going to accept alternate hypothesis. This is very important, especially for people in clinical sciences. The fact that a drug is not effective does not mean you are going to abandon the drug. It might need to be improved. I get the point. The fact that you don't have, here is that you don't have sufficient evidence to accept the non-hypothesis. But that does not mean you are going to accept the hypothesis automatically. There's other information you need to know whether you are going to accept alternate hypothesis or not. But the way we are taught, when you reject the hypothesis, you accept alternate hypothesis. People in clinical science don't just accept alternate hypothesis like that. So, we have type 1 and type 2 error. And one is very significant. When you commit type 1 error, when you accept non-hypothesis, when you are supposed to get it, it's dangerous. For instance, when they are trying to test COVID-19 vaccine, if you test a vaccine and it works for 1 person or 2 person or 3 person, and now on the basis of that, you now accept that that particular medication is good, can be used for the entire people in the world. Forgetting some people, other people might have other side. Oh, thank you. You are telling me that I have 2 minutes to. Now, okay, for the T-test, when you have T-test sample T-test is used to test whether or not the mean of the population are equal. The first one, we talk about variance. So here we are talking about the mean. When you want to tell the mean of 2, whether they are equal or not, you make use of your T2 sample T-test. But when you are using F, you are talking about variance. Under this place, we are talking about mean. That is the difference between the two. And also we have, of course, we have our hypothesis, which can be 2-tailed. We have alternate can be also 2-tailed or 1-tailed, depending on what you are dealing with. For example, a researcher wants to know if the mean height. When you hear that word, the mean height, if that is your focus, you know that you are going to use the test. And you accept the null hypothesis. If you have your T value and your significant level, which most of the time in social science we use 5%, but in medical, because they are dealing with human life, they use just 1%. You can't give room for error. When we use 5%, that means we are 95% confident of our results. But in clinical, you can't be confident 95%, so it won't work. What you are saying that for every 100 people, 5 will die. That's too much. You need to use very contained 99%. We are saying that if you examine this drug, 100 people, there is possibility that one of them will fail it. That's the main. You are 99% confident of your medication. And that's very important for, let's move to practical problem. Let us look at this problem. I will ask us, look at the problem one. Suppose the researcher wants to know if education level and marital status are affected. So, to collect data about these two variables on the simple random sampling of 50 people, what kind of test will you use for this? What kind of test? Is that chi-square? Because we are talking about two. We look at the variable, the two variables we have. We have education level, that's categorical. We have minor status, it's also categorical. So you are going to use chi-square of independent text. Let's look at number 2. Suppose an economy wants to determine if the proportion of residents who support a certain law differ within the 3 cities. What kind of test are we going to use for this? Somebody say no, any other opinion? T-test. Yeah, 2 tests. We are coming to that. The third one, suppose the last question want to know if 3 different training techniques leads to different minimum height. Among what kind of test are you going to use there? So know the kind of test, because you identify the variable first. How many variables? And what type of variables are found in the. You must be able to identify the variables and the type for you to get the appropriate test. So if you look at this one, the basketball trainer wants to know if 3 different trainings. And we have mean jump height among players. What kind of data is that? That's the continuous data. Of course, when you talk about mean jump height, it's going to be a continuous data. So what kind of method are you going to use? This we need to study after we send the material. Let's study all these things to know what kind of text to use and when. It is very important so that we don't have the very high data in our papers. And the last one, we will also see that. I have the answer here. The first one, we use 5 types of independent because we are working with categorical variables and education level and marital status. The second one, we use chi-square of fit because it's the only, we only have one variable. And that's what supporting a certain law. That's the only variable we have in that particular question. And because of that, we are going to use chi-square fitness of P. And the third one, we are going to make use of ANOVA because we have one independent continuous variable. We are going to make use of ANOVA in this. And the other one is going to be 2 ways ANOVA because we have more than 2 variables. We have 3 variables identify that particular. We have solar exposure and we have watering frequency. And we have one continuous dependent variable, plant growth. I'm not going to one way apart, because of our time. Hypothesis testing. We have direct relationship. It can be bivariate when you have just 2 variables, one dependent and one independent variable. We call it bivariate relationship. But when you have one dependent variable and multiple independent variables, that will be that we are going to run a multivariate because that's the multivariate relationship. Because you have more than one independent variable. For instance, look at the first one, direct relationship. We are looking at our sorry, this one is supposed to be HO, because that's what you are testing. Instead of H1, it's supposed to be HO. Conceptual competency with possibly improve pen performance. Here we have just 2 variables. We have pen performance and we have conceptual competence. From here, what we happen by various relationship. We have multivariate when you have one dependent, and you have several independent. You can also have moderating variable. You know, because a particular relationship might not be linear. To not be a relationship. It may not be linear. Most of our relationship, economic relationship, any relationship, most of it are not linear. It's not that when this one goes up, this one comes down. As simple as that. It might have to affect another variable before that will now transcend to affect your dependent variable. Because that kind of relationship not linear relationship, you can use you have intermediate variable, you can call it moderating variable, or moderating variable, you can call it any name. Ordinarily, we are supposed to have some hand here, where you open your but because of our things, you have other time to come back to tomorrow. Okay, process, we are going to do that tomorrow. Okay, open the SPSS. I see. Okay. Okay, we have to solve with that about this one tomorrow. Your place are not working properly. I don't know if they are working properly. Are they working properly? Let me see. Okay, slow down. We are going to talk about this tomorrow. Material you can read. We have some material you can read on this in our slide I'm going to send. We have material you can read. Please let me slow down. Personal interaction. You have any thought? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. That presentation was almost a complete statistics class. Yes, almost a complete statistics class. But he has, for those of us who are not statistically inclined, we are trying as much as possible to water it down. Please, let's give it to him again. Thank you so much, Dr. Wande. And please, as we progress, kindly note your questions, comments, and areas of observation. The last presentation for this session will take insights on qualitative data analysis. And we'll have questions and answers in our lunch break. Quality insights on qualitative data analysis 1. And that's to be presented by Dr. Julie. Is she ready? All right. Let's welcome her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are we tired? You don't have to be tired because what we are about to take now is actually a topic that needs you to immerse yourself, and be part of it. I can see so many people pressing phone. Remember, when you go to conduct interviews, you don't do that. So we need to be here with all our attention, and we need to stand on the already established protocol. So I'm going to talk on insights of qualitative research. Many of us here are academics, many of us here are researchers, and in one way or the other, we must have used qualitative research. So I'm not going to say something that you don't know, but I'm just going to, build on that. All right, so we are going to talk about the goal of the presentation, make a brief introduction. Why is qualitative research important? What are the philosophical orientation? Because it's important to understand the underlying philosophical orientation behind qualitative research. Because what does this do? It's going to guide your thinking, it's going to guide your thought processes. My colleague just presented on quantitative analysis, and it's important to note that the principles that guide quantitative analysis is quite different from the one that guides qualitative analysis. So we're still going to talk briefly about the research method, analysis, and the conclusion. So, all right, so the goal of the presentation, like I said, we just want to build insight and enhance our understanding of the qualitative research and the analysis. So the next question is, what is qualitative research? On this, you can see some ugly looking creatures, right? So meanwhile, the essence of qualitative research is to understand motivation, understand attitude, understand behavior, understand people's culture, understand their feelings and their emotions. And let me say this, quantitative research and qualitative research, they are not competing with each other. They complement each other. As a matter of fact, there's something they call triangulation of methods or mixed research methods. Some of the time, your research could be strictly qualitative, others could be strictly quantitative, but usually it is advised you merge to where condition or the research questions permit that. So, qualitative research tries to look at human experiences. It also tries to look at social phenomena. It's very important within a given social context. So, do you think that quantitative research and qualitative research, which do you think is easier? Between quantitative and qualitative, which is easier? Quantitative is easier, right? Qualitative is easier. It's okay. All right, I'm going to see that. So your qualitative research could be pages, it could be scribbles. Did you know that you can even conduct qualitative research as you are seated here? You can get papers, jottings of different people and see what they jotted. It tells you who they are, what matters most to them. So every time we find ourselves doing qualitative research without even knowing it. So it can also be disclosed on time, documents, and all of that. So when you look at the first one, you can see patches of drawings, you can see symbols, they are symbols. You can see this other one is a transcript. You can see this masquerade. I don't know what part of Nigeria that is coming from. Maybe from Ijebu, I don't know. So you can see the other one, I think it's from Arachufu and all of that. And people in cultural anthropology can relate so well with all of these things here. Yeah, thank you. So these are all qualitative. Just like my colleague mentioned, qualitative has to do with text, images, symbols, and all of that. Please, the next slide. So the next thing is, why qualitative research? We do qualitative research because we don't just want to describe, we want to explore, we want to explain, we want to gain profound understanding, we want to generate some hypotheses, we want to inform policy decisions, and again, we want to provide nuanced perspective on complex issues. We want to also characterize patterns of behavior, individual groups, and all of that. Please, the next slide. So, like I mentioned, what is the philosophical orientation behind qualitative research? You talk about the ontology, you talk about the epistemology, you talk about the theology, you talk about the methodology. Now, when we talk about ontology, what is the nature of reality? That is what ontology answers. How do you feel? How do you experience reality? Under qualitative research has multiple realities. There is no right or wrong answer. There is nothing wrong, good or bad in qualitative research. It is highly contextual. Now look at this image I put here. The beautiful lady standing at Kimbo is saying that she saw number 9. The other man is saying, no, it's not 9. We persist it. And this is why I keep preaching. As researchers, we should be able to live in tandem with each other because everybody has their own perspective to life, and we should respect that. And I give advocate that everybody should be what a sociologist. Hello? Okay, so it depends on the side with which you are seeing the world. We all have different perspectives. That doesn't mean you're right, that doesn't mean I'm right. It just depends on what side of the world are you. Talking about racial segregation, who says white is better than black? Who says that? Okay, there are other things I don't want to delve into because they are sensitive in this part of the world. But let me say that when you talk about sexual orientation, who says one is better than the other? I know it's a very dicey and sensitive issue, but from the research point of view, I mean, we should all think critically about it. Now, look at that cup. Who can tell me what it is? How full or what? How empty? However you want to approach that, it doesn't matter. It depends on how you see that and what you see and how you choose to interpret it. You can say it is half empty, you can say it is half full. Either way, it's okay. So, when you talk about the ontology of qualitative research, it is all about having what? Multiple realities to issues. So, moving forward to the epistemology. Next slide, please. Epistemology is saying, how is knowledge known? What counts as knowledge? Now, when you're doing qualitative research, it is not what you think, but it is what you are able to co-create with your participants. So I'm going to rush through this. You won't get this slide because of time. Now, talking about axiology, there's something they call positionality. Yes, we know, and that has always been the argument that qualitative research is not scientific because of bias and all of that. Yes, we know, because as human beings, there's something sociology called verstehen, which is called values. We all have values. So you as a researcher should come from a place of position. Is it as a result of interest, as a result of something you have experienced? But as much as possible, you try to make sure that you don't infuse your value into that. The fact that you are approaching something from the standpoint of value doesn't mean that you have to let your value influence your findings. It is also important to report your positionality. In many universities, especially in US, it is a big chapter on it, and I've seen different places where a chapter or an aspect in the chapter is dedicated to positionality. You have to talk about why did you do this, and that is where the angle of storytelling comes in. For instance, now, in my thesis, I did a study for my PhD thesis on aging and disability. And one of the things that informed that study was my grandma. My grandma aged with disability. I saw her, I was little then, I saw her using a walking stick. I was kind of asking, like, is it that the government does not have any provision for elderly people? From there, it piqued my interest, started researching on that. Most recently, we did a study of which I'm going to talk about. We are doing IPA analysis here. So methodology, how do you gather your data? What is the language for research? It's important to know that qualitative research is inductive, it is emergent. That means you start from small to the big. In some qualitative research, your sample could be as many as just 5, and it's okay. And there's something they call theoretical saturation. In a homogeneous population, a sample of 1 is sufficient, and that is qualitative research for you. So what are the different kinds of qualitative research methods? Yes, we know there are focus group discussion and all of that, but broadly, you can split them into 2. Remember we said that qualitative research could be symbols, it could be documents, where you do documents reviews and all of that. So you have people or population-based research, where you go out to interview real people using interviews, using focus group discussions, using ethnography observations, and so these are the most common methods. And then you have the desk review or document based, where you do the case study research and when you review records. I have seen people whose PhD thesis is just to analyze policy on social and so things between 1960 to 2020. That is their PhD thesis, and that falls within the ambit of qualitative research. And under ethnography, there is a new method because it's important I say this here. Because I was in Ibadan sometime last year, the PhD student invited us to share her findings. And what did she do? There is, when we do research, we tend to go just, should I say with our eyes? How many senses do we have, please? We have 5 senses. And when you are doing research, only qualitative research, and those that have interest in ethnography, you shouldn't go with just your style. No. We have to work. In fact, I had a blog post I published based on just that training I attended. What did we do? We walked around the environment. That aspect of ethnography is called sensorial ethnography. How many of you have heard of it? Sensorial ethnography, where you analyze sound, where you analyze, when you go to a garbage, for instance, the sound you hear from a garbage is different from the sound you hear at a cemetery, true or false? And when you are analyzing your qualitative finding, you need to take into note all of these nuances. And when you move into environment, for instance, when you go to a slum, I'm not saying that, sorry to mention some them, it's just for the purpose of emphasis. Now, when you go to places like Ajegule, and when you go to places like Banana Island, and the smell is the same, when you want to write a paper on qualitative analysis, it's important to describe the smell you perceive. It's important to describe the sound you hear there. For instance, when you go to Ajegule, you'll be hearing Fuji and all of that. So many noises, children crying. It talks about the social interaction that goes on in such places, which talks about poverty and all of that. And also talks about kind of organic solidarity. But when you go to Banana Island, everywhere is quiet, you're minding your business. It also talks about the different kinds of solidarity as well. So what I understand in how to use sample. You use the non-purposive sampling, is non-probability. And it's also important to know that if you have sampled, and there are different criteria for doing that. Let's say, for instance, you want to ask students some questions on maybe their family background and all of that, the students of this university. As much as possible, try and sample across departments. Maybe when you go to art department, you pick a male and female. And what are the kind of male and female? Even among male, you pick male within some age range. Even among that age range, you also pick some from certain kind of background to get a holistic findings that you can generalize at the end of the day. And what to validate? You validate based on the principle of credibility, principle of conformability, dependability, and transferability. Please, next slide. Now I'll put this thing before I talk about analysis. What is this thing you can see on the wall? Hello? Okay, the image, I'm talking about the image. What is the image? Well, the truth is that when I was preparing this slide, I just crossed it in Google. I just find myself sitting in that healthy environment. But I asked myself, what can I really do with this beautiful image? And you can see that this is just one slide talking about quotes. And of course, we're going to talk about quotes and see more in depth. So when you look at this, you will see that this is a brick wall, right? Now, when you want to talk about code is like the individual bricks you can see. But this is the whole brick wall. So let's have this at the back of our mind, because as I proceed, you will understand the difference. Please, the next slide. So when you want to do qualitative analysis, there are 6 major types. The first is what we call the thematic analysis, content analysis, discourse analysis, narrative analysis, grounded analysis, and interpretive phenomenological analysis or heuristic analysis. So what is thematic analysis? You use thematic analysis when you want to understand people's experience, when you want to understand people's views and their opinions. And according to Brown and Clark, who pioneered this method, there are certain steps you need to take. The first is that you have to familiarize yourself with the data. You have to generate initial, and I'm going to break this down with different examples. You have to organize and combine similar ones. You need to search for things. You need to define your things and all that. Please, next slide. So under data familiarization, let's give an example. Assuming you are conducting a study on volunteers in a project, and you want to just classify how individuals participate in as volunteers. And now this code came up after you interview them. I'm going to show you how you come up with codes. Now, the first one is saying active, willing, accountable, responsible, and motivated. Now, if you want to form a team around all of these things, you can call it individual participation. But this is just a peripheral example. So let's say that you have you are conducting a qualitative study. Remember, we say qualitative research has to do with people's experience, right? Let's say you want to conduct a study on experiences of patients with prostate cancer. And one of the major research questions is, what are the experiences of people with prostate cancer? So how do you proceed with this using a thematic analysis? The first is you need to familiarize yourself with the data. And how do you do that? We all know what transcription is. Transcription is when you conduct an interview, you begin to listen to the record and copy everything verbatim. Please, at this stage, don't change anything. Leave it like that. As we are transcribing, if you transcribe and you notice that your participant called, please, in bracket, put calls. It's very important. If you're interviewing them and the person was speaking very well, and you ask, let's say you're asking somebody, you are conducting a study about rape. You don't know whether that person has been raped. And then you now ask the question that tends to talk about the personal life of that person, even without you knowing. You will notice that the tone of the voice will change. Begin to hear the person begins to stammer. Please put it there. It's a very big information. So you transcribe verbatim. And let me quickly mention that there are software you can use for your qualitative analysis. There's one we call the STI. There's one we call the MVO. So you can use that, makes life easier for you. So if by the time you transcribe your interview, you don't get something, please go back to the recording. Let me say it again, qualitative research is iterative. You keep going back and forth. So the second one is generate your initial, please, the previous layer, generate your initial code. Now, let's assume you ask this question. Thank you. Okay, let's assume that in the process of conducting this interview on experiences with prostate cancer, you ask a question like this. Please, can you put up a picture? Yeah, thank you. You ask a question like this. In terms of your health, do you think you view your health differently now compared before you were diagnosed? It's a question you can ask in this kind of study. And now the person said, it is interesting. I guess I'm probably a little bit more health conscious. So, what is the code you can get from this? The code you can get from this is that health conscious, so that whenever you see that word, you can be able to relate that. Please, let's proceed to the next slide. And now you further probe. And remember, again, when you are doing interview, focus group discussion, probing is very important. And you probe further to ask the person, so, have you really changed anything about the way you live? It's the same question asked in another way because you want to get depth of what the person is saying. And the person say, oh, I try to keep a better eye on my weight. I've certainly lost weight. But I also do take some hormone drugs which help me, and my general practitioner is happy with the way I live. And I see him every 3 months, and I do my PSA periodically. So what is the code you can get from all these long stories? just like I put there, actively manages weight, more conscious about weight, and regular health checkup. Now let's assume you interviewed 10 people or 5 people, and then you came up with all of these codes. You can see the way I color coded. Now follow me. The first one is what? Can we read it, please? Second one. And the third. Okay. More conscious about health and all of that. Now, when you look at this now, what do? You now begin to bring similar codes together. Remember the brick wall we saw. Now, those individual bricks are all of these things. By the time you now form the brick wall, you can see that we just came up with just 4 things. And that theme is current activity to maintain health, physical activities, barriers to physical activity. When they talk about, just follow the colors. The green color is talking about more relaxed about life, takes prescriptions regularly, regular checkup. The blue color, which is physical activity, is speaking to walking and golfing. Perhaps the guy goes, in Nigeria, there's this joke one of my mentors said that if you don't want to play draft in old age, you better begin to work hard. He said, poor men play draft, rich men play golf. I don't know whether that is true or not. So perhaps this patient is a rich one that has money, because to register in golf, you need like 500,000 or more to register in golf. So you can see that. So let's go to the next slide, please. So the fourth is you review potential things. And what is this that you do here? It's very simple. Forget about the whole grammar. So you check whether the things and the code you use are okay. You go back and check if things have come up, they intersect with the different codes. And if they are not, you now change them. And at this point in time, you can change current activities to maintain health, for instance, to something that could be more paper-friendly when you're producing your report to work, health promotion activities. In other words, these are the things that the person does to promote his or her health. So the fifth one is simply to define your theme, and it's no big deal. For instance, under health promotion, to describe it, you could say this includes the activities that the participant do to promote his or her health. That is just the summary of everything we are saying in that fifth thing. You just define. And then the last one is your report production, where you produce your report. And then, please, let's be fast. The next one, content analysis. You use content analysis when you want to evaluate patterns. For instance, some time ago we had the NCAS. You want to know, of course, with the use of algorithms, this becomes simple and easy. If you want to know how many times the NCAS was mentioned on Twitter during the NCAS movement, we are coming up with content analysis because why? You are trying to examine pattern, frequency, and count. Let's quickly take this example of this table. I don't know if you can see that, but you get the slide. Now, assuming you are trying to look at student needs in password, for instance, and when you do all your codings, you came up with social interaction, need for social interaction, financial issues, they want to meet up, they need access to book and journals, they need swimming pool. Meanwhile, when I got into this hall, I noticed something written at the back of this chair. Can you read what's at the back of the chair? Needs assessment. So, this could be a typical example of non-academic needs. Just like I have here. You can see now that I've grouped it. Now, social interaction came up how many times? 204 times. Access to journals came up 109 times. Swimming pool came up 4 times. Financial issues came up 41 times. Meetup came up 11 times. So what can you deduce from this? That Password needs to create an ambience where students can interact. So you can see the students, because they're here for academics, but they also have needs for non-academics. So you can now invest in social interaction in order to also prefer their academic activities, because that is what they need. So like I said, this is just a summary, and you get the slide. Please, the next slide. So grounded theory, grounded analysis, rather. Some people could say that this is the master of all, the most serious of all of them, but that is not actually true. The essence of grounded theory is that you want to come up with a theory. It is with grounded theory, grounded analysis that most theories emerge from. Let's say, for instance, that you want to know factors that influence students to watching through video about qualitative analysis. And it's important to mention here, let data speak for itself. It doesn't matter what you know about that before. And remember, you are doing this within a particular context. So the context that influences UI students to watch YouTube videos on qualitative analysis might be different from what influences students of cash rate to watch qualitative videos on YouTube on qualitative analysis. So that is why we say allow the data to speak for itself. Don't transpose yourself into your findings. So what do? You conduct your interviews. You might interview some students about that, and then you tend to look for commonalities from everything they tell you. Some people will tell you that we watch these things when exam is coming. We watch this because we want to gain some knowledge. And now you go ahead to interview another set of people. By the time you do that, and if you see that there's a kind of what we call theoretical saturation, you now begin to emerge your findings and come up with your theory. It's so simple. So let's move on. So discourse analysis just has to do with analyzing language. And you know, for linguistic people, we talk about language, we talk about verbal or non-verbal language. So take, for instance, when you want to analyze a conversation, a speech, I like using politicians as an example. So during election campaign, the way politicians campaign, I love politicians. They are good people, yeah. The way they campaign, they will guide your body, soul, and spirits, right? But when they eventually enter and say there is crisis, what is the usual English we hear from them? I condemn this act. Is that all you can say? Is that all you can do? So you use this analysis to, analyze such a thing. How do they present this? What are the circumstances that make them use certain language, certain words, and all of that? So I have this example. Assuming a janitor wants to speak to a CEO or politician wants to talk about terrorism. To understand this conversation or these speeches, you have to think about the culture, the history, even the way the people communicate in that environment. Let me take, for instance, another example now. When you place two presidents, let's say the President of America, Joe Biden, and then our own wonderful President Tinubu, and you give them the same topic to talk about. We all can agree that the way they will talk about this will be different, even though they are talking about the same thing. So you use this analysis to interpret such. So let's go to the next one. I'm trying to rush through. So the next is narrative analysis. Please, I hope I'm not too fast. I'm trying to manage time. All right. So the next is narrative analysis. So where do you use narrative analysis? You just use it to understand how people construct their stories, how people tell their stories. And this one is quite straightforward. When you come to interview person, the person is telling you how the person was perhaps raped and all of that. When you're doing narrative analysis, just report it the way the person says that. And sometimes people always confuse narrative analysis with the next one. Please, let's go to the next slide. This interpretive phenomenological analysis or heuristic analysis. Now, the difference is that Here, people still talk about their personal experiences. But you, as a researcher, you have to come up with what do we call it? You have to come up with your own thing for that. So let me give you an example. There's a paper we published last year, December, titled Coping Strategies Among Elderly People, Chronological Interpretive Analysis. So when we listen to them talk about their different coping strategies, we now came up with 2 coping strategies that older people use. And you are actually allowed to coin your own, as much as and as far as you personalize it. So we come up with pragmatic coping and non-pragmatic coping. So I think we interviewed about 36 older people, elderly people, you know. So we don't say, we said which people are having this pragmatic coping. In other words, how many of them are coping actively? You could hear the other people say, I will be resigned to fate, we are just waiting for the day that God will call us. People with similar responses, we group them as non-pragmatic. People with, we are doing our best, I come from a regular checkup, it's a product of old age. You can see that they have positive disposition to it. So we group them as what? Pragmatic. So that's a typical example of what happens in IPA. So please, I indulge you to please, when we give you this slide, just go through them and read them. Please, conclusively, the next slide. So, when you ask yourself, what method of analysis can I use? And I will tell you, it depends on your aims and it depends on your objective. And it's important to know that qualitative research is very unique because it is human-centered research. It is rigorous. I'm happy that some of you said that qualitative is more rigorous, tedious than quantitative. And as a recap, narrative research, analyzing how stories are told, discourse risk analysis, analyzing conversation, communication, language, thematic analysis about identifying themes or patterns, content analysis, is a bit straightforward, just retelling what the participants said to you. Branded theory you build from the scratch. IPA, understanding people's unique perspective of a phenomenon. Now, when we talk about your target audience, just like I have here, are you going to do in-depth interview? It's just one-on-one. Are you doing focus group discussions? You can see them. Key informant interview, you can see them. And each of these have its own principles that guide it. And now the question I'm asking is, from what I've said so far, which we are going to talk about that in our breakfast session, which of the analysis resonates with your current project? And which one do you intend to use next? Remember, it's all about your research questions. It's about your aims and objectives. It is also about your expertise and your experience as a researcher. And thank you.
For those of us who are numerically or statistically inclined, we may be thinking, looking the other way. So let's give it to her once again. She has taken us through the documents of qualitative research. And indeed, the depth of knowledge we're about to gain from qualitative research is very rich. And apart from that, it tends to be complementary. In many studies, we use quantitative to validate qualitative findings. But thank you very much. You have done quite justice to that title. So now we'll move to the question and answer session now. Before shortly we'll go on lunch break. Questions for any of the presentations, except the one by Professor Evans. Okay, again, you are number one. Who else? Number two. Who else? Number three. No female in the house is willing to ask questions. I always want to be safe when we are gathering, we have females, so that we are not accused of being gender insensitive. So, sir, number one, your question. Just your name, the presentation on which you are asking question on, then make your question very brief.
Good afternoon again. My name is Mr. Rajapodudo and doctoral student from Lagos State University of Law. My question is directed to the first presenter from the IPA, presenting on ethical issues in research. My question is on ethical issues in research, but on data repository, your website, your universal resource education. Because actually, this is the first time I'm hearing about education for poverty action. Most of the time, when I go to some policy making bodies, international organization, we have data repository for those of us working on poverty and economies of poverty. We have database there. So I want to know what efforts are you making in regard to maintaining the data repository in your website. Because it's highly likely that when your organization, if it is true, this is still that you maintain data repository, it is possible that I might come across your organization because of searching for data because of my research. So I want to know what is your view on data repository or URL. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark. My question is to Olasuni. All right, so the first question I want to ask, as a young researcher with zero experience, I mean, you mentioned there is need for you to talk about the track record, what you have done, as those things could probably help you in getting grants and all that. So I mean, as a young researcher with zero experience, what's your advice on how to get that? Secondly, you spoke obviously about engaging. You use that word almost throughout your presentation, engaging with policymakers. So I'd like you to state in very clear and detailed terms, how do you engage? I mean, when Nigeria when Nigeria sometimes connecting with policymakers can be very connecting with a government servant can be a hell of a task. So I'd like you to tell us with relevant examples how of connecting with policymakers. My third and final question to you is with respect to protecting data. I think you spoke to that as well. So my concern is, say you are carrying out a research, certain, sensitive issues, maybe domestic violence, rape, social issues, security issues, so much such that you are required to obtain classified information. And if I understood what you said very well, there is need for you to carry your donor agencies along all through the process of research. Now, say you need to obtain certain classified information, and the person you're getting this classified information from, or the organization, is telling you, look, I'm doing this week. I don't want anyone to know I did this. So how do you navigate that? And the donor agencies need to know, and you need to also fulfill those data regulations. So I'd like you to help us understand that now, all this thing.
Yes, sir. Number 3.
My name is Farah J. I want to appreciate all the presenters. Enjoy all the presentation. I have to for the doctor that presented on the statistics. I already listened in statistics. Can you fix it? Data analysis. He talked about T-test, chi-square, ANOVA. So I want to ask him to shed a little light on ANOVA, when to use ANOVA and the importance of ANOVA. When to use ANOVA and the importance of ANOVA.
Thank you. Number 4, the last question. The last question, I guess I numbered up to 4. All right, so response is next time we should go, please.
Thank you very much for your questions. I thought those were very insightful. Sorry, can you all hear me? Thank you. So the first one on the data repository, sorry. We do have one as an organization. So I can share the link with the event organizer, and I can share more broadly with the people that have attended this event. But we have a repository where we share publicly available data that you can use for your analysis. We maintain it on a regular basis. So we have a team that is responsible for making sure that we upload data from past studies to that website. Does that answer your question? The second question about as a young researcher with their experience, how do you go about applying for grants? Is that the right question? So, with that, as a young researcher, I've seen this in the past, is that you need to manage your expectations. So you need to start off with a smaller grant. And in my own experience, there are different levels to grants. You have what they call a travel grant or exploratory grant, which for some people that I've seen across the board are about $10,000 or less. You have a pilot grant that is about $5,000 or less. Then you have one for a full-scale study, which can range between $100,000 and above. Right? So as someone who's starting off with very little experience, start off with the smallest step. Right? That's why you build your experience. You show them that you have done some exploratory work. Now you're ready to move on to the next level. The advice that I've gotten from many donors over time is that people like to aim high. And that's why you can aim high, but you should be realistic. If you know you don't have the experience, start off with something that is small, that is testing out an idea. So let's say that you want to explore an intervention in Borno State for IDP camps. Don't tell them that you're going to run it out for 10,000 people. And if you don't have that experience, they will not give you the grant, right? Because it's true that you don't have that experience. But if you start off with saying something along the lines of, you'd like to test it out with 100 people, for instance, over 6 months, they're more likely to say, let's test out this idea. It's a lower probability of losing money because it's a lower or one amount, and they'll give you the funds. So then the next question is about how do we engage with policymakers because they can be difficult. And what I would say is that I understand how policymakers can make things difficult. We've experienced that at IPA. I won't give names, but we've had instances where our projects have been delayed because we can't get the policymakers to sit down and agree upon certain things. It's very difficult. But that's why I was saying in my presentation, and I can emphasize it here, that the important thing to do is to carry them along from the beginning. I've seen instances where things succeed because they buy into the idea from day one. They think they're part of the process, the creation process. Therefore, then they were more willing to be involved with it. So if you start off with your project idea, you engage them from day one, you ask them about their priorities, include their priorities in your research idea, they're more likely to buy into it and be co-owners of that idea. I hope that answers the question. The last question was about when you're carrying out research with sensitive population, and then you have maybe donor obligations to share the data, but then maybe, for instance, that person only felt comfortable sharing the data with you. So I think first and foremost for any donor is that we maintain the respondent's confidentiality, right? Privacy, their own right. No donor wants to bypass that just because they want access to the data. So sometimes what we do is that we share the identified data with the donor. We remove all the personal information and we just share the data with the unique identifier. So they don't really have the person's name, number, house address. There's no way for them to identify whose data this is, but then they can still use that data for their analysis. The other thing is that you can share pooled data with them. So you can do sort of, when you're doing data collection, pooled or polybooth options. So maybe let's say instead of them answering a question directly, they answer it in a polybooth form. So we don't know who dropped that answer, but at the end of the day, we know that we have 100 responses. 90 answered this way, 10 answered this way. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told I quickly went out to respond to my organ. Somebody asked about hangover and hangover. The first thing is to know the meaning of these two. Hangover is analysis of variance, while hangover is analysis of covariance. The main difference between the two is that when you use hangover, you are dealing directly with your variables. But when you use hangover, you can incorporate the effect of other variables that will affect your relationship into hangover. But hangover cannot do that with hangover. That's the only difference. Assuming you are looking at the effect of corporate governance, just for example, on firm performance in hangover, you can do this. But that will not get for other control variables or mediating variables. It will not account for it. But in hangover, you can incorporate those variables in your analysis. That's the only difference. We still have another.
All right, thank you so much for your responses. And now we'll go for our lunch break. Is our lunch break really a break? Is it going to be a break? All right, so let's stretch our legs. Let's just walk around while we take our lunch. Let's just walk around while we take our lunch.
Please, would like you to take note of this. The profile of all the facilitators is the first 2-3 pages of your notepad. You can check them on LinkedIn, online, you can follow them, so you can interact with them. Please, if you're a registered participant, I'm sorry we need to we're having a little bit challenge, so please at the back, your lunch will be there. You go, if you register, your name will be there. I'm sorry that we have to do this, but we just have to do it. So they'll take your name and you collect your lunch. ICT, we're giving you your food there. Medical will bring your food there. Protocol will give your food, and media. But all registered participants, if you do not follow into those categories, kindly go to the table at the back and your lunch will be handed over to you. We want to implore you that the concept session sharing will be after lunch. We have been grouped into 5 groups. If you want to change your group, just go to the group that you want to be. I have taken permission from Professor Evans. He said he did the allocation based on your Google form and area of specialization. But 1 or 2 persons that come to me. So we're going to have 5 breakaway sessions. You see, we have tables at the back. And 2 facilitators will be there for each of the group. So we have group 1 here, group 2, group 3, group 4, and 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6 professors at the back. The tables are there. So please, let's take a. We have 5 groups. Okay. So please, just go to your name will be checked and you'll be given your lunch bag. Please, Dr. Shaggy. Yes, you see, I've told some of my mentees, my PhD students, when you go for any meeting, any conference, one thing you should ask is meeting a new person. But a lot of Africans, they go for workshops, conferences, we keep sitting down with the same people that we know. No, the essence is for you to leverage. Meet one other person. Go to another group, meet somebody, ask questions, and leverage on the network that we have. Our network is equal to our net worth. So please make sure if you are coming from a department, go to other group departments or go to other groups. Don't say this is my friend. Meet somebody new. Thank you. We'll come back to the next Please, by quarter 3, we will come back, and that will be in our groups. In the next, we have 25 minutes for our lunch. Quarter after 3, please. That will be the last session for today. Thank you very much.